Hello everybody, welcome back to episode 17, or I suppose welcome back to the playthrough, and it is now episode 17 because you have not yet seen episode 17, so how could I be welcoming you back to episode 17? You feel me? Anyway, 602 solved. Let us jump in. We have done box. We have done no box. We have separated the sizes. We have ranged and area numbered, matched, palisaded, mismatched, isolated or solituded, went on a forest trailhead. It's kind of funny how some of the areas have a proper name and the rest is just rule names. Mingle-shaped, polyominoed, precisioned, shape-banked, rose-windowed, Gemini'd and delta'd, yuck. Overlooked Glimmith, crossed the Glimmith bridge, went in an airship, of all things. And now, it was all for this moment. So that we may... Well... so that we may make our way to this, slowly. First we have to get through all this stuff. And see what lay ahead. So let's jump in. Let's do this right wing, then the left wing, and then cross the middle. No box, size separation. Okay. So, let me just try to get my brain working, because suddenly I don't remember anything about these rules, which is funny because I did no box yesterday. So let's see, no box means that 1 by x's are not possible. Oh yeah, so the things have to turn. Okay, so here we know that this has to be made up of at least 2 areas. I suppose we cannot, so they cannot all collect the same one region cannot collect all of the rows, or sorry, all of one row. And I suppose we're only gonna have 2 possible. So of course we must have at least 2 regions in each of these sub-regions, because if we only had 1 region it would break, and here we obviously have at least 2. So we have at least 4 regions on the board. And we know 1 by x's are not possible. Oh yeah, that's right. So no box meant that the minimum region size is 3. Specifically like that if it's exactly size 3. And that each region needs to have at least size 2 in both dimensions. So... what are our options? So in terms of just looking at just size, in this 2x4, both of these are 2x4s, we could have 3 plus... Yeah, we can... Okay, right. I remember the other thing. So a minimum size 3, so 8 divided by 3 is less than 3, which means that it's 2 point something. So we can have at most 2 regions in each of these areas. And we know we can't have 1 region, so we have exactly 2 regions. And we know they cannot be the same size because of size separation. So it couldn't be 2 4s, therefore it must be 3 and 5. And that's the case for both of them, right? So both of these 2x4s need to have a size 3 and a size 5. So we have two sizes in the board, and we know there's a separation here between 3 and 5. So this again has to be whatever alpha is. So if alpha is 5, then it could be either this or... Oh yeah, we also know the shape of the 5. Because the 3 can only be exactly this, and it cannot cut off the 5 from the rest of the 2x4. So the 5's shape is always exactly this. Which means that in here, which means it has a 2x2. So in here, the 5 sees these, and the 3 sees these. So down here, the 5 cannot see these, therefore the 5's 2x2 needs to be here. So alpha is the 5. And then it can't go here, because it would see its sibling. So it must go here, and this has to be the size 3. Cool puzzle. Box size separation area number. Okay, so in box, the prime numbers are 1 by x, so each of these are a 1 by 3, and this one cannot be vertical because it would cut this off no matter what, due to the size separation. So this must be horizontal, so it has to go at least here, and now this can't be horizontal, so it must be vertical. And this is not a 1 by 1, so it has to expand, and it can't be that. So and it can't turn corners at this point because of box, so it's a 1 by 2. So this is not a 1 by 1 or a 1 by 2, or it's also, sorry, it's not a size 1 or 2, and it can't be size 3 either, because it would either have to do that or that, both break. So it must be size 4 or higher. It can't be size 5, and sorry, size 4 or higher is always gonna be in this situation. No, sorry, it could be this, but that would not be allowed. So it's either picking this up as a 2 by 2, or it can't be 1 by x. Sorry, let me just try to communicate my thoughts clearly. So this is not size 1 or 2, and it's not size 3 either. So it's size 4 or higher. The only 1 by x it could still be as size 4 or higher is 1 by 4 like this, but that's not allowed. Therefore, we have proven that it cannot be, its shape is not 1 by x. So it's 2 by something or higher, 2 by 2 or higher in each dimension. But all of those options must pick this up, because once it's a 2 by 2 or higher, it has to pick these 4 cells up. And therefore it's locked in as this. This now is not 1 by 1, it could be 1 by 2, and it cannot be 1 by 3, so it is 1 by 2. This could be a 1 by 1. This is forced like that, this is forced like this. This now, oh, we know it had to do that, it can't go there, so it must go here. This is, it can only be 3 things. 1 by 1, 1 by 2, 1 by 3. It's not 1 by 2 or 1 by 3, so it's 1 by 1. This is now at least 1 by 2, and it can't do anything further. This is 1 by 1 or 2. It's not 1 by 2, so it's 1. And then this is at least 1 by 2. Cool. Box size separation area. This is either specifically this or it's this, because it's not size 1 and it's not size 2 this way. It could be size 3 or it could be that. These cannot see each other, and this is at least size 2, but it can't be size 2, so it's exactly size 3. This is a prime number and it cannot now be vertical, so it must be this. This is either that or that. We know it's not that because of this area, but maybe there's cleaner logic. I mean, is that bifurcation to say that if it's this, then this breaks? Oh no, here. This cell is interesting. No, it's not, because this is still possible locally. So this is oh wait, no, sorry, okay. This sees the 2 and the 3, so it's either part of them or it's a 1 by 1, because it cannot be that. So in fact, we can see that we are not allowed to draw this, or sorry, we're not allowed to connect this, is what I meant to say. We must draw this, because if we connect this, we must draw this and the puzzle breaks. So we must draw this border, and now this is forced to pick this up. Maybe that's a little cleaner. Okay, and then here, this can't go south because of this. It would see its sibling. So, but we can still have this as a 1 by 1, so we're not forced to connect here. But we know we cannot connect there though, so we must draw this again. Okay, this now is forced to be horizontal, and now this forces this to expand here, and this can't be size 1 or 2, so it must be size 3 like that. This can't be size 1, so it must expand. And then this is not size 1, so it's either size 2 or size 4. But if it's size 2, it cannot go south. So it always has to go east, whether it's size 2 or size 4. And this is what? It's not size 1. I think there's, before we look at this, there's maybe some logic here. So the logic is between these 3 tiles and the 4, I think, and this 3. And I think the logic says that these 3 tiles cannot all be together, so there's at least one border here. If the 4 is horizontal, then the border has to be, this has to be a border, and this cannot. And so wait, if there are 2 borders, no, there cannot be 2 borders. There's exactly 1 border. Oh, or maybe it's this? Yeah, this can't be a border. If this is a border, the 4 dies. So these are connected. And now... Oh, I see. Now this cannot be a border. Because this would have to expand and break the 4. So this has to be the border. And so these have to connect. And now this is forced to pick the 4 up. I don't know if that was the cleanest way to solve it, but we'll take it. Maximum 4, no box. Right, no box means dead end expansion. And these two cannot connect. Also, we have 10 divided by 3 is 3 point something. So we have at least, or what? At most, yeah, at most 3 regions. But because of maximum 4, 10 divided by 4 is 2 point something. So we have at least 3 regions. So we have at most 3 regions and at least 3 regions. So we have exactly 3 regions. These 2 regions, these 2 tiles have to expand and they cannot see each other. So we need a 3rd region somewhere. And that 3rd region cannot avoid picking up one of these tiles, because if it tries to, then it cannot have dimension 2. Size 2 in both dimensions. And if it picks this up, it breaks red, so it cannot pick that up, so it must pick this up. Has to be at least size 3. Now blue can only go this way, and now red has to pick this up. Interesting. Range 4 to 5, no box. Alright, so if we divide by the minimum, then we know how many regions we have at most. And if we divide by the maximum, we know how many regions we have at least, right? Yes. So 49 divided by 5 is can't reach 10. Or sorry, cannot satisfy. What am I saying? Divide by the maximum to know how many you have at least. 49 divided by 5 is barely less than 10. So we have at least 10. Because with 9, we can't satisfy the tile count. 9 times 5 is 45. So yes, divide by the maximum, round up to know how many you have at least. We have at least 10 regions. And then do the minimum to know how many you have at most. 49 divided by 4 is a bit more than 12. So we have at most 12. Because 13 would require 52 tiles. Yeah, so divide by the minimum and round down to know how many you have at most. Okay. Divide by max, round up. Divide by min, round down. And the keywords are the minimum. When we divide by the minimum, you find out how many you have at most. Yeah, so that's the confusing part is... So round down with min is like, okay, both are the small thing, but then you get the opposite. You get how many you have at most. I have figured it out. I'm just trying to, like, I figured the application out in this case. I'm just trying to solidify the concepts in my mind so that I don't have to think about it next time. So when you get a range and you want to know how many regions it implies, divide by the minimum and round down to know how many regions you have at most, and divide by the maximum and round up to know how many regions you have at least. So do the max first, so you get the minimum regions. So let me do it again now. This time take the note down. So 49 divided by 5 is 9 point something, so round up to 10. That's the minimum regions. And then, so this is regions. And then divide by min, round down to get the max regions. 49 divided by 4 is 12 point something, round down to 12. Okay. Let me just double check one last time. If we get lower than 10 regions, then we get at most 45 tiles with 9 times 5. And if we get more than 12 regions, we get 13 times 4, which is 52. So yeah, this is good. All right. Now, we might not even need this. We'll see. But it's good to get that out of the way. And next time, if I remember this shortcut, then I can use it next time without thinking about it as much. So, no box. And range 4-5 requires this to start. Is this gonna be one of those where you have to like color? Well, we will see. Before we jump into that, there's another dead end that has to expand. And so now I suppose we can say this has to be a new color because it can't be that. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is a new color. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's a new color. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, 1, 2. Wait, did I mess up? 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 6. That's a new color. 5, 6, 5, 6. But this can reach with 5. Oh no, it can't. No box. Wait. No box. Let me delete all this. There is cleaner logic available to us over here. This must seek its salvation north. And this must seek its salvation south. My bad. And this can't join to that, so it must seek its salvation in this direction, forcing this to seek its salvation in this direction, forcing this, forcing that, forcing this, force... No! Why am I extending things to be size 5? Go back. Still, this has to seek its salvation north, and this south. This has to get out, this has to get out. This is forced, this is forced, this is forced. 4, this is not forced. That's where I made the mistake. But this is a new color that must seek its salvation here. So that is forced, which does force this. And this does do that, which forces this and that. And now this either has to do that, or both. Sorry. This could go here and it can't go there, so this must always go here. We can't draw that. And these cannot join. This must seek salvation. This has to get out. It can't go there. It still has to grow. These cannot join. This still has to grow. This could get out here. We don't have room for a new color, so these colors are final. We can't add more. So this can only belong to orange. Oh, I guess... Is the other way to see we can... No. Right now we are probably at 11, right? Because there's technically room for another, but because of this border, they can't join. Are we at 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... We're at 10, actually. Oh yeah, it's because we have several size 5s, that's why. But anyway, these can't join, so with local logic we can see that they must all belong to an existing color, and this can only belong to orange, which locks orange. This can only belong to yellow, which locks yellow. This can only belong to purple, and we are done. Nice. Range 7 to 12 boxy. Okay, let's do the thing again. So divide by min round down. No, divide by max round up to get min. So 77 divided by 12 is what? 12. 5 times 12 is 60. 6 times 12 is 72. So it's 77 divided by 12 is 6 point something, and we want to round up. So we get 7 as the minimum number of regions. And 77 divided by 7 is exactly 11 as the maximum number of regions. Okay. Regions. Okay. Then what? Well, then there are certain regions that cannot be 1 by x because the minimum 1 by x is 1 by 7. So for example, this cannot be a 1 by x because it's at most 1 by 3. So it has to at least be 2 by x something, and it actually can't even be 2 by x because the largest 2 by x it can be is 2 by 3, which is still not enough. So actually in our little grid of options, we have 1 by 7 plus, and we have 2 by 4 plus, because 2 by 3 is too small. We have 3 by 3 is fine, so we don't have to draw those. So this is important. So this again can't be 2 by x, so it has to be 3 by x or higher. But in fact, once it reaches 3 by 3, which is the smallest 3 by x, because, you know, with each increase in the first number, the smallest value that it makes sense to have the second number is the original number. Like, there's no point in saying 2 by 1 because that is already covered under 1 by 2. So once we reach 3 by x, 3 by 3 is the smallest thing, but it is also the largest thing because of this border and this border. So it is in fact that. This is at least 1 by 7. And it cannot join here or here. It is a 1 by x. This is at least a 1 by 7. And therefore it is. This can be a 1 by 7, so no conclusions there. This can be a 1 by 8, so no conclusions there. This can be a 1 by 8, so no conclusions there. Um. Ah, but wait, there is something important. I should actually complete this because this is 1 by 7 minimum up to 1 by 12. This is 2 by what? 2 by 4 minimum, because 2 by 3 is too small. And the maximum is 2 by 6, right? Because 12 divided by 2 is 6. So we can repeat this logic here with the actual... Oh my god, I'm sorry. Or actually, maybe I fixed my audio. Maybe you did not hear the Discord thing. If I remember, I'll check the video, but you can also let me know in the comments if you heard the Discord ping or not. Because I changed my audio options, and so hopefully you can only hear the game and my mic. Because, you know, sometimes I get notifications and stuff and I don't want it to leak into the video. Anyway, so 2 by 4 is minimum, 2 by 6 is maximum, and then 3 by 3 is minimum. Because of reasons. You know, 3 by 2, 3 by 1, no good. But also, even if that wasn't the case, it wouldn't make sense, like I said, to write out 3 by 1 and 3 by 2 down here, because they would be covered in previous rows. But the maximum is what? 12 divided by 3 is 4, so it's this. And then 4 by 4 is already too small. So these are our only options, actually. This is everything. So, given that, how does that help us? Well, here it helps us because this is either at least a 1 by 7 or it's at least a 2 by 6. Either way, or sorry, it's at least a 2 by 4. So either way it picks these up, and this either way picks these up. And then either they join and potentially grow, or they just extend. And either way this happens. And that now forces this, because now this cannot be 1 by x. It can still be 2 by x specifically like this, but in all cases, once it has to be 2 by x or higher, it picks these up. And the same is true of this corner, and so now it actually becomes a 3 by x, which has to be at least 3 by 3. This now, if it joins north, then it can pick these up, but if it doesn't, it still has to extend, so it always picks these up. And then the same logic can be repeated here. If these are together, they at least need those, and if they're not together, they extend further, but this always happens. And the same logic happens here, and that actually forces this extension. And now they cannot join because 2 by 6 is max, so it forces them to complete. Now this must belong to here. And now here again we have the same thing. These or sorry, here, let's say. Here we have at least, yeah, it can't be 1 by 6, so it's at least this. Happens here too. Now it has to be at least 3 by 3. And in this corner as well, it can't be 1 by x or that, so it's at least this. And now I think here as well, except here it could be 1 by x actually. But if it is not 1 by x, it's 2 by x, in which case it picks these up, which means it always picks these up, and now this cannot connect, and this can't be 1 by 3, so it has to connect there. And now... why is this unhappy? Oh, because of this? Wait, so actually, when I changed the thing so that it wouldn't highlight... right now it would highlight this in red. And now instead it's even more confusing. So maybe I should just turn off the thing altogether, or I don't know. let's just leave it like that for now. So, what now? Oh, now this can't go there. So these must connect. Why did I say 2 by... Oh yeah, this is 2 by 4. Okay. So 2 by 4. Now this cannot be 1 by x, so these always connect. And I believe these 2 by 4 minimum. So if these are a 2 by x, then they cannot join red, so they would have to go this way, and if they join red, they still have to go this way, so this always happens. And now this could finish, this could finish, this cannot, this cannot. So either both of these join north or they join each other. So what will disambiguate that? Because aren't both options possible? They could either be 2 by 5. Oh, sorry, 3 by 4 is max. This can never join north. Sorry. Right. Alright, cool. Solitude, size, separation, area number. Okay. Solitude means these... Wait. Yeah, solitude means these cannot share a tile as a neighbor. And solitude also means that dead ends must expand. This still needs to seek its salvation. There's also size separation. Wait. Size separation? What's the point of size separation in this puzzle? We already know because of solitude that every tile belongs to one of the clues on the board. There are only area number clues on the board. So already with solitude area number, we know none of the 4s can touch or be a part of the same region. So for the 4s, size separation is irrelevant. And apart from the 4, there's only... Yeah, like if there's area number, I think solitude plus size separate... Like if area number is the only other clue rule, then solitude and size separation serve no purpose together, do they? Oh no, they do, sorry. Because without size separation, they would be allowed to touch. Solitude just means they cannot merge. My bad. Okay. So the other thing we know is if something neighbors a 4, it can't be in a 4, so it has to be in the 28. Right? So like this happens. And so now this has to get out. This has to go through this passage. And then it has to go through this passage. And now this has to go here. So this has to go through there. So this goes there. Now, does this have a size constraint? It's 26, so it can pick up 2 more tiles. One of them is one of these two. This is always one of them, because it can't go through there, it will be too large. So that forces this. Now it can pick up 1 more tile, which has to be, I believe, in this region, because something needs to separate these 2 4s. So these are, none of these are possible, so this happens, so this happens, and that happens. Nice puzzle. Something out there, but maybe we shouldn't solve that yet, because it might be related to those. We should just metallicize first. We still need 12 more for metallicization. Well, then let's just do it, I guess. Range 3, 4, no box, area number. 31 divided by 4 is less than 32 divided by 4, which is 8. So it's less than 8, but we round up, so 8 is minimum. And 30 divided by 3 is 10 point something, round down, 10. 10 is max. No box, also did an expansion. So no box. The 4s are Tetris pieces, not 1 by 4, not 2 by 2. So this cannot pick all of these 3 up. So it cannot pick any of them up, because if it picks up at least 1, the puzzle breaks. Because it couldn't pick up the rest, and the rest are isolated. So this happens and this happens. And now this must always go there, so it must... This tile always has to grow to size 3 or above, so it has to pick it up, and now it can't pick this up, so it goes there. This happens, because we're in no box. These cannot join, actually, because they're max size 4, and it's no box, so this happens, this happens, this happens. This has to grow. It could be the 4. And... now we use this, I think. How many have we colored in so far? This also has to be a color, by the way. And I think this also has to be a color, because this can't join blue or pink. So let's draw this. Now, how many have we drawn? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we could still draw 1 more, or we could finish like this. I'm supposed to see something about these blank tiles. But what? Well, we know this is pink or purple, because if it's neither, then purple is cut off, because it cannot join pink or blue, and it can't get a second dimension. So if this is pink or purple, then this is not part of a 4, I think. Because if that happens, it can't be pink, it has to be purple. And now this tile is breaking. So if this cannot be picked up by the 4, or by... it could still get picked up by purple though. Actually no. Because then this tile would break. Or the 4 would break. So purple... So the only color that can pick this up is blue. Or we can make the 10th region. Let me just double check. Are we at 9? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. So either this gets picked up by blue. Ah, wait. Okay, it's actually about these two tiles. In these two tiles, blue and green could pick them up. And yeah, so like if blue does that, then no new region can exist here, and we would have to draw this. And if blue doesn't pick that up, then it's a new region, because it can't be anything we've drawn so far. Ah, wait, I think I messed up. I think this is misleading me. I shouldn't look at this. Because this is only true when we use extreme region sizes, like all 3s or all 4s. I need to recalculate this as the puzzle progresses. Yeah, that was my bad. I need to recalculate it at this point. Because at this point, all that matters is the leftover tiles, in fact. So like, here, we have 15. So 15 divided by 4 is less than 4, but we round up to 4. So we have at least 4 regions. And 15 divided by 3 is 5, and we have at most 5 regions. So 4 to 5. 4 to 5. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4 drawn in. So okay, still same thing. We could still introduce one more color. Ah, but wait, no. One of them is a 4, we know that. Okay, wait. So it's different again. It's in fact, it's 15 minus 4, because we are guaranteed a 4. Oh, and we're guaranteed a 3. Okay, sorry. So I should actually do it differently. The way I should do it is I should subtract the known ones. In fact, at the very start, I should have done that as well. Ah, but that's not true, because at the very start... Yeah, that's only true if I know the area numbers are all unique, which in this case we knew that to be the case, because none of them could have joined, because these 3 are not allowed to join. The 4s are too far apart. So, yes, but anyway, so the point is we have 15 tiles, but the 4 and a 3 are used. So 15 minus 7 is 8. So we need to use the logic on 8. 8 divided by 4 is 2 minimum. And 8 divided by 3 is less than 9. It's 2 point something. and we round down to 2. So we have 2 other regions apart from the 4 and the 3. And this is one of them. So we have exactly one more region, and it's one of these. Because neither of these is the 3, and one of them has to be the 4. Or sorry, rather the 4 can pick up at most one of them. So what I'm trying to say is here's one region, here's 2, here's 3. No, sorry, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying outside of these 2, we have 2 regions. This is 1. And both of these are outside blue, and at most one of them is in red. And exactly one of them has to be in red, because if it isn't, we would have 3 regions. So that means that any tile that cannot reach I took a quick break, but I was saying, let me say it again, that because in this area we have 15 tiles, of which the 4 and the 3 take up 7, leaving us with 8 tiles. And 8 tiles have to be divided between size 3 and 4. And the only possible division is 2 4s, because there cannot be 3 regions, because those would require 9 tiles. And there are at least 2 regions. You know, if we do the division as we did here. So we know that apart from the 4 and the 3, there are 2 more regions. We know one of them is here, this green, and the other must be between pink and purple, because 3 cannot pick either of them up, and 4 can only pick at most one of them. So one of these is the other region. And so now any tile that can only be reached by one of these 4 regions must be part of that. For example, this can only be a part of the 3, because nobody else can pick it up. And now this cannot happen. And this can only be a part of purple, because pink cannot pick it up, neither can blue or green. And purple will need one of these 2 tiles. This cannot be a part of pink, blue, or green, so it's purple. And now purple cannot be a part of 4, because it would be a 2x2, which breaks boxy. So 4 goes there, and it's done. This can only belong to purple. The 3, oh, and purple is now done, because size 4 max. This can only be blue now. So that's done, and that has to now be in green. The castle gates. Restore the castle entrance window, says the achievement. So it's a castle, it's not a citadel like I said many videos ago. And look, this is what I'm talking about. That is so beautiful. See, this is what I would love if they did for all of the windows. There are a lot of these abstract ones, which I assume are that way because they couldn't create a custom one or a unique, interesting one for each window, which is okay. The game is already very nice as is, but that would have been a lovely cherry on top. Well, let's continue. We still need to metallicize it before we unlock the locked ones. Let's do the left wing now. This one has palisades, range 3 to 5. Let's see if I can get faster at the division. 16 divided by 5 is 3 point something. Round up at least 4 regions. And 16 divided by 3 is 5 point something. Round down 5. Okay. This is supposed to be a colon. Alright. A palisade, this happens. There's no boxy, no boxy, there's nothing here. This is just a palisade puzzle with a range restriction. It's it can be tricky to switch your mind between these, at least for me. Like, there are some of these global rules that heavily impact how you think about the possibilities and the logic. And now they're all gone. So you're just in limbo. You're in a cursed world that is unconstrained, except by palisade and range. Well, it is not that cursed of a world though, because dead ends have to expand, but there are no dead ends here right now. Although this will generate a dead end. And so we know whatever dead end it generates has to expand at least 2 more times. And we also know that this is gonna be a size 4 region. Could be size 5, but that's it. And we also know that these... do they have to be different regions? I think so, because we know this... well, hold on. No, they don't have... they actually do, but it's because of this down here. Let's delete that for a second. If that didn't exist, we could do something like this. Well, not because of this, but you know, point is, it's in theory possible. However, the only way it's possible is if this draws... it can't pick both of those up, if it wants to be a part of that. So it would have to put the line in one of these, and then it would have to pick this up, and this. But then it can be a part of this because it would be too large. So what we know therefore is that these are 2 different regions, but this must grow. Could this lock it in like this? This would have to then happen. What am I not seeing here? Oh, well, I suppose it's this style. If this picks these 2 up, it must pick that up, and then it's an isolated shape. So the question is, can this pick these 2 up? The moment it does, it has to do that. And then the moment it does that, it has to do this and this. And that seems fine. On the other hand, if it doesn't do that, then it will have the line here or here. So then it... wait, so either the line is in one of those 2, or if it's not, this happens. So when the line is not up there, the line is down here. And when the line is up here, it's still not here. So the line is never there. So this always happens. Now, if these connect, then we would have to draw the line here, but then this connects. So we can never... we have proven that blue and red do not connect, so we know this. We know red still needs to pick up at least 2 more, so this cannot happen. We need to draw this or both. So actually, this cannot happen, because if it does, this will still pick up at least 1 more, but this still picks up at least 2 more. We would exceed, so we must draw this. So we must draw this. And now If this goes here, then the puzzle breaks. Because this still needs to pick up at least one more. Wait, we saw that. I should have seen that from the start of the puzzle. If this and this connect, this will see 3 and this will see 3. That the other doesn't, and that's too much. So from the start of the puzzle, this line exists, which forces this and that. And that's now completed. This has to breathe. And... and it cannot join this. So this must happen and this must happen. And this. And now this has to... Wait, what? Why did I break the puzzle? This can't join there, so we cannot draw this. Oh, sorry, I should have only expanded it 3, size 3, not size 4. My bad, my bad, my bad. Okay, so in fact, these two cannot join because these two tiles cannot form their own region, but they cannot both be picked up. So therefore, these cannot join, and that causes this and this. This tile has to be picked up here, this tile has to be picked up here. There we go. We got there eventually. Area number, Palisade. Area number, Palisade. That doesn't even have anything to do with... Oh, I see. It's because the box, no box was in this branch, and the other branch has to do with the previous stuff, like size separation, palisades, and stuff like that. Okay. So this, and this, area number, Palisade. We have 12 regions, and well, why am I doing that? Let's just do the obvious moves first. These are separate, so let's not look here first. Let's just finish this. These cannot form their own region. Sorry, any one of these tiles cannot avoid orange and teal, so all 3 tiles must join orange or teal. And they cannot all join one color. So at least one has to join orange and at least one has to join teal. But the orange can only facilitate one. So exactly 1 joins orange and exactly 2 join teal. And therefore this must be orange, because if it's teal, then this can't join anything. Okay, these must form their own group. And then over here, much easier. Done. Area number, Palisade. This sees at least 4 tiles, therefore it cannot join the 3. And now it must do that. This now has to join this, and it's completed. This has to get out, as does that. That forces this. This has to get out. This has to get out. The 3 cannot avoid visiting this, because if it does, then it runs out of space, so it does, which causes this, this, and these are all together. Did this 5 do anything? I'm not sure that it did. Oh, there's something down there. Minimum 4, area number palisade. Minimum 4. Okay, but that's just a lower bound. Or sorry, an upper bound. Which is, there are at most 9 regions. There are at most 9 regions. Okay, so these cannot see one another because of the minimum. So we have to draw this. Because when they see one another, it's a 1x2 forced. Alright, so this happens. And then... these cause a domino effect. Either this happens, or this happens. Or more specifically, either this happens, or this happens. Oh, and that would cause this. And this would trap the 5, so they cannot be the horizontal version. So they have to be the vertical version. Now the 5 either joins or expands. Also, this now causes this. And therefore... oh yeah, we can't draw this, right? Because it would cut the 5 off. So we draw this. Similarly, we can't draw this because it would cut the 5 off. So we draw this. 5 now cannot join this and has to get out. And these close shop. This must happen. Here it's forced there. Did this 5 do anything? I don't think so. Like, imagine if we got to this point. We got to this point without that 5. And at this point, let's see what's forced. Dead end must expand because of minimum. This palisade is done. And this palisade is done. Ah, we would be able to continue. No, that's not true. Because this is a dead end that must expand. And these cannot join. So this 5, delete it. Okay. Dead end must expand. These cannot join. Dead end must expand. Expand, can't join. Expand, expand. 5 has to join here. And it's done, and dead end must expand. Okay. Area number, palisade delta. This can pick up at most 1 more. So it doesn't join this. The 9 has to join here, so it's done. Okay. What are these corner tiles? Because these 2 regions are symmetrical, I believe. Or are they? There's like a 3x3. No, they're not symmetrical. The regions are not symmetrical. Oh god. Alright, what is this shape? It's a 2x3 with stuff. So... if we avoid this having a 2x3 in it, we win. So I can do this and win. But that's cheating, of course. But the thing is, you know what? It's not cheating. You know why it's not cheating? Because there's no logic left except brute force logic. And if brute force logic is the only logic left, then you are allowed to use intuitive shortcuts. And the intuitive shortcut I used here is that this has a 2x3 in it. So if this shape doesn't have a 2x3 in it, the delta will accept it. And I saw that there is a way to do that, and so I did it. At that point, it's not my problem to prove that it's the only possibility, and therefore the solution is unique. It's Lunark's problem for giving me puzzles that require brute forcing and proving by contradiction. I don't care about those. So thank you very much, Lunark. Let's move on. There's something down there. How do I access it? Oh, here. Area number Palisade. Area number Palisade, okay. I forgot to check how many tiles the board is. 51. 51, which means it can facilitate how many 16s? Only 3. It cannot facilitate 4 different 16s because 4 different 16s are 64. So we have at most 3 different 16s, which means at least 2 16s must join. But first, let's follow this logic that we have. These can join. Let's see. Anything else? I'm thinking about this because there's a huge domino effect here, but I'm not sure if I want to do that bifurcation, because I could check, can it go north, and it will probably lead a contradiction. I mean, let me just show what would happen. If it's north, if it's vertical, that is, then this has to be as well. This has to escape. This has to now be horizontal. This has to go there and close. Oh, but this can still go north. Never mind. I thought it would have to go south. Although it would cause this. And this. But that's, I don't like that bifurcation. I just thought it would cause this to happen, which would lead to a contradiction. So if there are 3 16s, oh, I suppose I can also check. Wait, 7 plus 5 is 12, 13, 14, or 13, I guess, because dead ends don't have to expand. I'm just trying to think about which 16s. Okay, this 16 here, the red one, clearly has to join blue or yellow, because it can't join purple. So, and it doesn't have enough space otherwise. And it cannot join both, because that's, you know, it looks like that would be too many tiles, which is true. So it joins exactly one of them. this has to either go this way, which causes this, which would mean this still has to expand, doesn't it? Because, well, it would force this to join. Right now, these two are 5, 5. So if they join, they would be 11. Ah, sorry, this. 13, 13. Okay, what am I missing? This. Red. Red will see 3 out of his 4 neighbors. Aha. And it cannot see both purple and blue, because purple and blue are different. So, it must have the border here somewhere, so it must pick this up. So now red is 7, blue is 7. What if red wanted to... Oh, I see. Red has to pick up blue or purple, and red cannot pick up purple. Sorry. That was sitting there, I don't know for how long. My bad. So red is in fact blue. Okay. And now any move that gives them more than 2 more tiles breaks the puzzle. And we also know this, by the way, so we know this. This move is allowed. And they would finish. Alternatively, it's these two and they finish. So those are the 2 options. What do we do with that information? Oh, this can't be horizontal, right? Because it would cut yellow off. Yellow now cannot grow to B16. So these must be vertical. And what size is it now? 15. So it can pick up 1 more tile. Ah, and now red can't go there. So this happens. So this is no good, it would be too large, so this happens. This is now complete. And now these 2 tiles are under pressure because one of... Oh, actually red needs both. I thought what we were gonna see is red takes 1 yellow the other, and therefore this is not yellow. But in fact what we see is... Also there's this. What we see is red needs both. So now the only thing yellow has access to is that. 16. Nice. It spells 16. Well, all that and we can't see it because it's down there in the attic. Or the basement, rather. Area number polyomino palisade. So this can't be there because this breaks. It could be there because this is allowed to be in a corner. Can't be there because that breaks. And it can't be there because that breaks. So it can only be here. Oh, sorry, that's not that. But this we know. And this. And so now this happens. And this. And we cannot join here. So this now... it cannot have its 1x4 in this column. Because if it tries to, it would get cut off. Actually, no, this is possible. Never mind. So that is possible. But it cannot have it in this column, because this is in the way. But it could also do this. So there are a few options, I think. This needs a 3x3 bounding box. And wherever that is, it picks up a diagonal. Either that or that. So, and it cannot pick this up ever. This and this have to be different because this causes a 1x3, which this cannot have. So, and if this is the bounding box, it can only pick up that diagonal. Either like this or like this. If this is the bounding box, it has to be this diagonal. Like that. But that breaks this. As did this, by the way. So this is one option. Here, no good. Can't be that, can't be this. Here, bad, bad. Here. That kills this, as does that. So the only option is this bounding box like this and like that. Alright, so this is forced. I mean, okay, I just brute forced it. Is that allowed? Or was there some logic somewhere? I'm not sure if there was logic left in this puzzle. I feel like only brute force and proof by contradiction remains. So whatever, I'm just gonna use that. Like, if there's a polyomino on the board and it can only exist in one way, then surely it's acceptable logic to notice that, right? Like, I don't know. I feel like with polyomino, you should be allowed to proceed the puzzle when there's literally only one way in which it could be. But I don't know, because sometimes to prove that there's only one way it can be, you would have to like brute force and bifurcate, which I kind of, well, but I didn't really do it because all I said is that logically speaking, this and this cannot be in the same region. So I didn't really bifurcate. I just brute forced the 3x3 bounding boxes this can exist in, and I saw that there's only one option. Is that okay. I mean, I feel like that should be okay. Still, ideally, I would not use that if there was some logic somewhere, but I'm just not seeing other logic right now. So whatever. I'll just use this. I mean, maybe there was logic with this, but again, it would require brute forcing, I think, so whatever. Anyway, did that even help us? Maybe it did. The 4. So if the 4 visits here, then it's specifically that. Let's see, this can be a part of the 5, right? Or no, it can. It can. But maybe it doesn't have to be. Oh wait, this 2 cannot be horizontal. Because now this can never pick these 2 tiles up. But it has to. And then it breaks. Because it needs a 1x4 vertically no matter what. And both options break. So this 1x2 can only be like that. So now this can never pick that up. But it could avoid picking this up. Because it can still be that. So I guess we were supposed to look at this after all, weren't we? And what is it that we're supposed to see? I mean, I can see it can pick this up. Like that. Can it pick this up? No. And it can't cut the 5 off. And it can't pick that up. So it's warded off here. Can't pick this. Can't pick that. It cannot pick this, so it's just warded off in this. So it's forced to have its 2x3, 2x4 bounding box here. Either here, which would cut the 5 off no matter what. So therefore its 2x4 bounding box has to be here. And out of those 8 tiles, it picks up 5. So it has to pick up the 5. So these are the same color. And they cannot pick this up because it would force this, which breaks that. So it has to be this. And then once we have this shape, those are specifically these 3 tiles. So this must happen. Wait, no, that breaks the puzzle. What? Huh? What am I doing wrong? Wait, why did I say that this always cuts the 5 off? The 5 can escape this way. Yeah, weird. I don't know why I said that. In fact, didn't I earlier say that I see this as possible? Jeez. Oh, sorry, it's this shape that was cut off here, not the 5. That's why I got confused. I just had bad note-taking. Okay. But at least we know it's vertical, so... And it's not that. Oh, sorry, so because it's vertical, it always picks this up. That's what I'm supposed to see. And if it picks that up, it means that this doesn't. And so if that doesn't pick this up, it has to be specifically that. So now the 5 has to at least go this far, and now it cannot. Or sorry, the 5 sees 6 tiles, so it must pick up 5 out of 6. So it must pick this up, because this picks up at least 2 of them. So the 5 and this are the same color, and the 5 also has to get there. So this now happens. So therefore that happens, and that happens. This happens. And this. Therefore that. Though we knew that already. So now the 5 can't be part of that or this, because this has to visit here. And the only way in which it can is like this. So that's done. This goes there, and the 5 now only has these tiles. Done. Yeah, that was a bit tricky. Solitude match area number. Alright, 36. And we have 6 area number symbols, none of which are in the same region. So we need to tile this board with those 6 area numbers using the same size 6 shape. Okay. Well, this tile is far from lots of things. It cannot be picked up by this, because that would isolate these tiles. This is too far. Or is it? No, it's not. It's not, but it's not acceptable. Because the way these connect is specifically like this, or specifically like this, neither of which is allowed. Just here, one of those is isolated. So it cannot connect to either of those. These are too far. So it must connect to one of these two. And if it connects to this, either it's like that, or that, or this, or this. Well, it's not this, at least. Right? So if it connects to that, it has to be through this area somehow. But then it cannot pick up any of these tiles. How far can this go? That far. So this So is it true that yellow and red are in different regions then? No, because they could both belong to this. Dude. And meanwhile, the puzzle designer is like, oh yeah, this is this is easy. Difficulty 2. Yeah. Right. So easy. Well, okay, let's do something else, which is this. This has to get out, right? Because it has to at least get that far. And so then only these can see it. Maybe this is why it's easy, because of this starting step. So we know there will be a 2x2 in the solution. And a 1x3. So where can this see a 2x2? Either here, but it cannot see that 2x2 because it would cut this off. So therefore the 2x2 for this can only be here, I think. Because it's either that... Actually, yeah. Where are there 2x2s that are not part of a symbol? Here? Let me highlight all the tiles that can be a part of a 2x2, not part of a symbol. That's it. So now if any of the symbols don't see their own 2x2 as a part of themselves, then they have to visit one of the purple tiles. What can this visit? It cannot visit that because that's too many tiles. So if it tried to visit this, it would cut this off. So therefore, this must see its 2x2 as part of its own symbol, and there's only one option in which it can do that, which is this. So it must see that. And this happens. What then? I suppose this cannot do that because now it cannot reach any 2x2, right? Because this 2x2 is no longer valid for this tile if we draw this border, and any other 2x2 is too far away. So it has to go there. So let me see, what 2x2s can it still reach? It cannot pick up this purple 2x2 because it would break red's shape. So the only other 2x2s it can is either itself or this. And so in both cases it visits this. We cannot draw that, right? Because now the only 2x2 it can see is that. So we must do this. So now the 2x2 for this is... It can only see these, so it can't see that. It can see this, and it can see itself. So it must always visit these two tiles. And we know that the board, yeah, solitude means this. Okay. And we know that the 2x2 has at most 2 attachments and at least 1. We know that the shape is either this or this, basically. Oh, and green can't be this. So we close that chapter. So this is the shape. And also green now can only see these two. And therefore pink only sees this 2x2. And yellow cannot pick that up because of the shape. So it's this. This only sees this 2x2. So it has to take it. And now it must do this. This now only sees this 2x2, so it takes it and it goes there. Yeah, difficulty 2 for sure. For sure, difficulty 2. Minimum 5, palisade. Minimum 5, dead end expansion. So, sorry. Dead end expansion, this, that, this, that, this, that. And this. Dead end expansion cannot join, dead end expansion cannot join, dead end expansion cannot join. Or sorry, it can join because minimum 5, not maximum. Dead end expansion and also palisade expansion cannot join. Palisade expansion cannot join. Oh, also border, palisade expansion, dead end expansion. Cannot join, dead end expansion. Cannot join. And now, yeah, now, well, yeah, dead end expansion, sorry, cannot join, dead end expansion, must finish, must close, must remain open, dead end expansion, cannot join. And now this cannot be a part of teal, so it's at most size 3 here, so it must expand in this direction. And now this must join either... Yeah, sorry, it cannot join here, and we're done. Range 3 to 5, Solitude, Palisade, and the puzzle says 3, 4, 5 artistically. So range 3 to 5, Solitude, Palisade. This Palisade is done. Well, all of these Palisades are done. But also range 3 to 5. So these Palisades are just there as an excuse for Solitude. Okay. These cannot join because of lots of reasons. Borders, dead end expansion. This tile must seek salvation west, because east it gets cut off. And... Oh, okay, so this can only find salvation here. It's everything else is too far. and it will isolate a tile. Okay, actually this cannot find salvation there, so it must find salvation with yellow. So yellow is now done. This now could find salvation there or here. Oh, but this now cannot find salvation there, so it must find it here. And it must grow. Cannot join there. This must grow. And now it cannot join there, and it has grown to max. This must grow, but also the tiles need salvation. This tile needs salvation, and we're done. Match area number palisade. So because of area number and match, we are in Tetris world. All of the pieces are Tetris. Dead end must expand. And we also know which Tetris it is because of the palisade. So Lunark was like, hey, wouldn't it be cool to express this shape bank using a bunch of rules? And they said, yeah, it would be cool. And so they did. Alright, well, this cannot be vertical. But can't be that either. It just can't be vertical at all, right? Or this. Could be this, though. That's not possible. Anyway, let's look at this. This can only be one thing. Can't be vertical, must be horizontal. Must be that. Done. Range 2 to 5 palisade. So dead end expansion. And dead end expansion. And now something interesting happens. Oh, also dead end expansion. Something interesting happens down here. If this visits that, it cannot visit this, and that forces sorry, it cannot visit that, so it forces this to happen. But if it does not visit that, then oh no, it's range 2 to 5. It's not forced to grow further. Sorry. Never mind. Never mind. But we know this will have to grow further. Oh, we also know this, by the way. Sorry. So we know this, so we know this, so we know this. Right. My bad. Then what? Apologies. So then... So these tiles... Right, these tiles mean that whichever way green goes, it will then have to do this sort of thing. So, same thing here. And we know green will have to go somewhere because we cannot draw these two borders. So we know either this is gonna happen. Ah, and then it will have to grow again. Okay, okay, I see. So green cannot go west. Because if it goes west, this happens. We have to draw this border because it's not there. But now, this happens and now we're in trouble because it has reached the maximum size. But this palisade here says, no, we're gonna grow further. So that's no good. So we cannot go west. So we must go east. And now we've reached the maximum size. Okay, and this has to draw that. This and that. And this and that. This happens, it's at the maximum size. Both of these now must expand. And this is forced, so this is forced. This now has to draw that. This doesn't have to grow further. And this is not possible because this now would have to visit that, which is bad. So we must draw this and this. This now is forced to do this. This is now forced to do that, and it's at the maximum size. This has to do the following. This must join this shape, and this must close. Done. Precision 5 match. Did I not do the hiddens on the other side? Yeah, I didn't. I should have done that. Whatever, I'm not gonna finish this region first. This is my less favorite, or like less liked side anyway. Like, this is the side with stuff like match and stuff like that. Precision 5 match palisade. So precision 5 means dead end expansion. And we know that these will force a 1x4 somehow. Either like this or like that. But we also know that this forces a corner. So now we know that the shape, the match shape, consists of a 1x4 and somewhere it has a corner as well. And the corner means that the 1x4 means that there are 2 cells with 2 neighbors and 2 cells with 1. And the corner means the same. 1 neighbor with 2 1 cell with 2 neighbors, 2 cells with 1. And because of precision 5, we know that between these 2 shapes there has to be an overlap of 2 tiles at least, and there cannot be an overlap of 3 tiles, so therefore there's an overlap of exactly 2 tiles. And in here, those cannot be these 2 tiles because they're not orthogonally connected. So therefore it's either these 2 tiles or these 2 tiles, which means that we know what shape it is. In all cases, it's a 1x4 with a hook at the end. Alright, so now we know the shape. And so now we can use that logic here, because now we know that this cannot be the hook dead end, so it must be the 1x4 dead end. And now we cannot draw this because it isolates those. So this happens, this happens. This could be that, and it cannot be this or this because it breaks that shape, so it must be that. This is 1x4 dead end, 1x4 dead end. Cannot be hook dead end, so it's 1x4 dead end. This can't be the 1x4 dead end, so it's the hook, has to hook south. This now has to do this. And the 1x4 has to be there. This must happen. This is the hook dead end, which now defines these. And this happens. this happens, and we're done. Cool puzzle. That one I did like. Range 4 to 7 palisade. Okay. So these empty palisades pick up already 5. And this happens. These cannot join. This happens. These can join. Or can they? No, they cannot because this palisade is complete. Okay, this must still grow and it cannot grow into this style. Must go there. This now has to pick all of those up, no? No, sorry. There's exactly one it does not pick up, rather. Okay. This has to join blue, teal or yellow. But not both. Right? Not both, I want to say. Yes, not both. So, if it's not both, it means it cannot... yeah, it means that it cannot go... Wait, what does it mean? It means either this, so that it doesn't join teal, or this, so it joins teal. Okay. This can only belong here. Same for that. These cannot see each other. Dead end expansion. Oh, these can't join each other, so this must happen. And now these cannot join. Now what? This has to join one of these 3 neighboring colors. Cannot be orange. Has to either join teal, in which case teal would be size 7, or yellow, in which case yellow would be size 6. Is there an issue with it joining teal? Teal would lock. And if teal locks, then... Are there any issues then? I have no clue. Oh, I think there's something we know here. This can't join teal. too large. So it can't expand here because it gets locked. So this happens, so this happens, so this happens, so this happens. Interesting. What are we missing? I have no idea. Tricky puzzle. I think there is something that I see. Which is... Well, I mean, let's just think about... Wait, there's more I see. Hold on. This can't go there, first of all. I was gonna talk about red, but I just saw something even more obvious, which is this. This can't go... Or no, sorry, it can. What am I saying, dude? Point is... But that is useful, that is useful. If it goes there, it has to go there, and if it doesn't go there, it has to go there. So it always has to go there, and these are different, so this goes here. And now, even if this goes here, it must still go there. So this always happens, and that. And now... this can't go there. But it still needs to grow, and it can't avoid picking red up, because if it does, it cuts red off. So it does pick red up, and so this happens, and this happens. This has to expand, which puts this border, and therefore this border. So this must still expand, and this now has to lock. So this has to pick this up and lock. This has to pick that up, and now must put the border here, and therefore here, and pick this up. Okay. And then... I'm a little bit unfocused today. Okay, sorry, let's get back to the blue tile. This one. We know it has to join teal or yellow, and it can't join yellow any longer, so it must join teal. Which means teal will be size 7, so it cannot take those. And we cannot draw this, or can we? Yeah, I don't think we can. If we draw this, this can pick up at most one more tile. Which means these two tiles get into trouble, because if we do that, broken. And if we do this, broken. This, broken. So yeah, we cannot cut these tiles off by doing this. The other way to see that is that here there are currently six tiles and exactly 2 regions we have started that they could be a part of, or they can form their own region. But the 2 regions we have started, we know that yellow has to still pick up at least one. So actually we should say there are 5 free tiles here. So yellow and orange are size 4, and we have 5 remaining tiles. Both yellow and orange could still pick up 3 more tiles, in which case we're fine. But if we start a new region, then it will need at least 4 out of those 5 tiles. Ah, but wait, orange is still forced to pick up at least 1 more out of these. So both yellow and orange still have to pick up at least 1 more tile out of these 6. So we actually only have 4 tiles to work with. We have 4 tiles to work with. Either those 4 tiles create a new region, or all the tiles have to be picked up by yellow and orange. But there's another thing we see here, actually, which is yellow can't go there because it breaks this tile. So this must happen, this must happen, and this must happen. And so now we have 5 tiles, of which orange must pick up at least 1, but orange cannot pick up all of them. So therefore we must make a new region, because if orange picked all of them up, it would be size 9. So we need a new region in here. And so that will have to pick up 4 out of 5, and orange still needs at least 1. So we know orange picks up exactly 1. Orange cannot pick up 2. So if orange cannot pick up 2, it must not do that, which means this is not allowed to be drawn. So we must do this. And now blue has to go here and join teal. And then either this or this, but all the others are not orange. And this can't go there, so this happens, so that is orange, and this happens. That was somewhat tricky. Feels like it was teetering on the verge of a difficulty 4 rating. Unless I missed some logic. Match Palisade. Okay. Match Palisade. Wait. 72. So we know that our we know that because of match we need factors of 72, but it's not gonna be 1 times 72 because border is forced already, so it's not that. It could be 2 times 36, 3 times 24, right? Yes. 4 times 18. 5 is no. 6. 6 times 12. 7 no. 8 times 9, right? Yeah, 8 times 9. Alright, so those are the options. But we know that it's at least size 5, so we cannot have Well, but the thing is that between these two numbers, between these two columns of numbers, we don't know which column is the size and which column is the frequency or the count. So just because we know that the size is at least 5 doesn't tell us anything yet. It just tells us that the count is more restricted. Oh, also we know this. Anyway, so now let's draw these things in that we know. And of course, because now we're at least dealing with regions of size 5, dead end must expand. And oh, and also we know this, right? I believe we do. Oh, and there's a dead end here. So what do we do next? Well, we know we need a plus, right? And this can only have its plus here, earliest instance. Where else could it have a plus? It can't. It cannot escape this way. So if it doesn't have this plus, then the next place it could have a plus is out here somewhere. But if it goes out there somewhere, then it has to pick all of this stuff up. What would that look like? Gets out here. And then it could... Oh, it can't even do that, because it can't visit this. It can't make a plus here. So it has to escape further. That's no good. So earliest here, but now it would have to pick all this stuff up because the region is so large, but it can't pick all of them up. So I believe that means this has to be the plus, right? Yeah, like if we say... So this clearly can't get out that way, right? If we say it must get out, the moment it goes this far, is the puzzle already broken? It is, I think. Because let's ask about this tile. Either this tile connects to that, in which case we must pick this up as well. And draw this. And this. But there are still no pluses here, right? Or, if this is not part of blue, then it needs to grow to be this large, and it must escape through here, but it cannot escape through there. So that means that the moment blue goes this far, it has already been forced to pick this up, but when it's forced to pick this up, it's also forced to pick this up, which causes this. And there are no pluses in here, so Like, what I'm saying is that if it's not using this tile to create this plus sign, then it's escaping, and it's in trouble. And the thing is, it can't make the plus around this because that symbol breaks. So it would have to do this, which forces that. Still no plus, by the way. And now this dies. Or does it? No. It can still escape this way. But this still has no plus. So, like, where is it getting its plus? Like, it's already size 16. Also, by the way, we know that the sizes are restricted. Like, if we reach size 16, we need to at least reach size 18. So, like, where is it getting its plus? Still far away. Because it's gonna have to go west somewhere. Cannot pick red up or pink. And this just doesn't seem acceptable. Does it? Where does red get out in this situation? I think in this situation already this is not possible, because now red would have to get out here. Red can't get out there, because remember, red has to grow at least size 17. So this would have to happen, but blue still has no plus, so it has to do this. Still has no plus, has to do that. Red is still unhappy. Blue is still unhappy. Blue is still unhappy. Imagine if I'm gonna just stumble into the solution here. That would be hilarious. We're already at 20, so we would need 24. Blue is still unhappy. Oh, and also this now has to do that. And it is still unhappy. So blue runs. Pink now, even if pink picked up all 16 tiles, it still has to pick orange up. So it does, and therefore blue doesn't. Blue doesn't. And blue... If blue goes south, then pink goes this way. And blue can't find a plus sign down here anymore. So there's no point in blue going south. Like, in it trying to find a plus sign, it won't find it south. If it seeks it north... Well, now... Red... Well, this is some other color. Whatever color that is not red. And to get out, it has to cut red off. So the puzzle is just broken. So, through this insane bifurcation, I have proved, I think, that blue has to pick this up and make its plus sign down here. Now, the question is, am I gonna accept that logic? I mean, look, it's a match puzzle, so... Match puzzle automatically means that Lunark invites you to brute force. Is there some other clean logic? that I can use. I don't know. Like, it's one of those situations where I'm afraid that if I sit trying to find logic, I won't, because you're supposed to do what I did with the brute force. Or, so like either I waste time looking for logic that doesn't exist, or maybe the logic exists, and if I resign myself to the brute force and drawing this in, then I might miss the logic. And so I'm just torn on what to do. Because I don't really see anything else except for looking for this plus sign in blue. That feels like the natural next step to me. So maybe let's just draw it in, huh? Let's just say blue must see this plus sign. So that's size 6. But that can't be the shape, because this tile would break, for example. So blue still has to grow. It cannot, since blue has to grow, it cannot avoid picking this tile up, because if it tries to, while growing, it would cut it off. So because this shape is not possible due to this tile, this must happen. So now is this shape possible? Well, this tile... the first plus sign this could see is... Can't see this? No, that's no good, right? Yeah, this doesn't work because this can't see a plus sign. So blue still has to grow, and so it has to pick this up no matter what. Now, is this shape possible? Size 8? Oh, the other way in which I could have seen that this shape is not possible is that size 7 is not good. So size 8, maybe. Let's see. Every dead end is at least a 1/3, so this happens. This dead end is a 1/4. The other two are 1/3s. This dead end, after 2 steps, it does 2 orthogonals. This dead end does do an orthogonal after 2 steps. This dead end does orthogonals after the first step, and 1, not 2, after the second. Well, this couldn't draw that, right? Because this breaks. Maybe that's something we know already at this stage, is this is not good. In fact, we know that at the start of the puzzle. So this happens. And I think this is also no good at this point. Well, no, that could be because this can still pick those up. Oh god, what is this puzzle, man? Oh, I'm too tired for this. So, what exactly is happening? Something in this corner for sure, right? So if that, this, if this, oh, that's not good. Dark blue can't be size 8 anymore. So we actually cannot draw this, huh? So this must happen. And now, if we draw this, this happens. And this can only belong to light blue. And if this, then... then this can be at most size 10, but 10 is not possible, only size 9. So it either stays a size 8 or it grows to be size 9. But there are also options in which light blue picks up dark blue, no? I think so. And that kind of complicates the situation. Well, unless maybe we can force light blue. Let me just change it. Let's change it to red. Maybe we can force red to grow though. No? If we force red to grow, then maybe it will have to connect to blue. To force red to grow, we could do that by showing that if blue is not red and blue cuts red off, then blue cannot match red's shape. We could try proving that. So let me just see the options again. So we said this is not... did we say this is not possible? Blue must grow. And it cannot grow to be 8. Yes. So we did say that. Blue can still be red, however. Now let us ask about this style. If that style is not blue, then it's red. Can it be red? Red would be 12. It could. Red can be 12. So red can be 8, 9, and the next one it can be is 12. Okay. So let's ask about... So does that mean these two tiles must be together? Because we know all of these 4 tiles are either red or blue, right? And so we know that we either don't draw any borders. Like, let's look at these 3 borders. The moment we draw a border anywhere, red has to grow to fill. Because the inner part has to be blue and the outer part has to be red. So, what can red not be? It cannot be 10 or 11. Which means we cannot draw this border or this border, I think. Right? Let's see. If I draw this border, clearly that's blue. So that's not blue. It's red. And red would be 11. That's bad. So we cannot draw that border. Now, if we draw this border, then this has to be blue and this has to be red. Red would be 10 and it can't be. So we cannot draw that border either. So red is exactly 8 or 9, so we now are here somewhere. Or no, 8 or 9, or it grabs to 12, so 8, 9, 12, or it also grabs blue, and then we grow further. So those are the options. So now blue, if red does not pick blue up, so what can blue still do though? Is that still possible? Because if we do that, then we do this, and then we do this. And then we do that, and this, and this. And blue now has to be 12 somehow. I don't like all this bifurcation stuff. So can blue do this? Red has 3 dead ends. Oh no, this is not possible. Red only has 3 dead ends. And blue has already 2, and the 2 dead ends are incompatible with red's dead ends. So no, this is not possible. So we cannot in fact draw this line, because it forced all of this. And this, and already at this moment the puzzle is already broken, because blue has these 2 dead ends that are diagonally sharing a vertex, and red's shape does not have that property. So blue cannot draw this, which means this happens, and this happens. Now blue can still be red, we don't know for sure. But if blue is red, then it's 15, then it must grow at least to be 18. And this would have to be drawn, by the way. And this, and this. This. So if blue is red, this happens. And if blue is not red, then still blue must grow. But is there a restriction on how it can grow? Well, it has to pick up at least one of these. Oh wait, maybe this is just broken now. Like maybe blue is forced to be red, because red is at most size 9. So blue within size 9 has to cough up red's shape somehow. But like blue has this 2x2. Sorry, blue has a force 2x3. Red doesn't yet. So if blue is not red, red needs to do that. And if blue is red, red still needs to do that. So red always needs to do that. And now if blue is not red, then blue needs to do this. And that seems possible at first glance, although it forces this. And is that acceptable? It is. It would force this, and that's acceptable. So this might be the solution. So that's if blue is not red. On the other hand, if blue is red, do we break the puzzle? We would be size 15. Oh wait, what size? What size? What size? What size? What size? If blue... That was size 9, wasn't it? Yeah, 9 is acceptable, okay. So yeah, sorry. Just wanted to double check. Anyway, so if blue is red, then... Wait, what am I doing? This was forced, okay. Now, if blue is red, this happens. We have to grow at least to size 18. And we're locked. We're being blocked here. And we have to grow further. So, are we gonna get a contradiction here somehow? I mean, 18 already means 4 regions max. And... By the way, there are these holes in the board which are relevant. Yeah, because since there are only two holes in the board, that means that the shape, if the shape fully surrounds the hole, then exactly 2 regions exist because there are only 2 holes in the board. But we know the shape cannot fully surround the hole because of this starting area here. You know, these 2 are not the same tile. So that means that every hole must be surrounded by at least 2 regions. And red cannot visit there. But red at this point with size 18 at least, there are at most 4 regions. And we already... Well, we don't necessarily see 3 of them. Red is 1 for sure, but like purple and blue could still join. We know yellow and orange are not the same, but like one of them could be red maybe. Though if one of them is red, that would probably mean there are only 2 regions. And I don't think that's possible, because if yellow and red joined, then there would be at least 3 regions. Intuitively, I don't think yellow and red can join. What is this, dude? I'm really tempted to just go back, take the 9, the size 9, and just solve the puzzle with it. Because that really looks like it's gonna be the solution. And I swear, like, it really feels like they just want you to prove by contradiction that that has to be the shape. Which, as I said in previous videos, I just have to accept. And I also have to accept that I might be missing some logic that avoids having to do this brute force. So what would happen here? I mean, purple has to get out, right? So we know red still has to grab this or this. Both of them force stuff. This forces stuff here. And this forces stuff here. So is this possible? Purple now cannot grow through here, so it would have to grow through here. And I mean, I don't see... Is there something that says... Well, there in red's shape right now, there's only one place with the plus, which is here. So, if we lock this in, then we know that that plus is here in yellow. Is that where a contradiction would happen? Ah, because there's another thing we see, which is that the plus has two dead ends associated with it. And the yellow has one of them here. And we know that one of the dead ends is... So like if we lock this red shape in, then we know that this tile is this tile. And we know that that does a 1x4. So this. And we know that after the first step, it does an orthogonal. And one of the sides continues, which has to be that side. And then we know that the side that was shorter completes a 2x3. And then, at the end of the 2x3, orthogonal from the x, there is a 1x2, 4, 6, 7. And yellow cannot do that here. So we know that red could not be locked in right now. So if it did cut purple off like that, it still has to grow. Red, I mean. And it's now size 19, so it has to at least go up to 24. And on 24, there are at most 3 regions. And we see them, purple, red, and blue. Unless purple and blue join together, which maybe they can. Can they? I don't know. Well, blue has to get out. Oh, and also purple is still cut off here, so it has to get out. Red still has to grow. And now, if we wanted blue and purple to connect, then they have to go through here. And if they didn't connect, then one of them has to connect to yellow, or red does. Ah, but if red exceeds size 24, then there are only 2 regions, which... Yeah, red can't join yellow here, because if it does, then it exceeds 24, and then there are exactly 2 regions, but purple and blue could not connect. Okay, so red and yellow are distinct. Yellow has to be at least size 21. And at this point, if red goes here, then blue has to join yellow. And if red doesn't go there, could blue avoid joining yellow? Then blue and purple would have to join. And yellow would have... No, blue has to join yellow. Right now, if blue did not join yellow, then even if blue picked all of these tiles up, which by the way is not allowed because it creates a gap, it still would have to grow further, and it would just cut yellow off. So blue and yellow are the same in this version. But we know that yellow can't fully surround this. Once we do this, yellow has to fully surround it, so that's not allowed. So someone else has to be here. Someone that is not yellow. At least there, I mean. And this part of yellow has to get out. And also yellow now is 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So yellow is still not large enough even if it picks all of these up. But yellow can't expand there. So the puzzle is just broken because yellow is too small. Because it has to at least get to 24. Okay, so that means that red cannot cut purple off, because this was all a consequence of red cutting purple off by going north. We know that here red still needs to go somewhere. We know now it can't go north because we bifurcated the ever-living absolute F out of it. And we're continuing to bifurcate because maybe that's what Lunark wants us to do. So this is the other option. Now, if we lock red here, do we have the same issue with yellow? I think we do. This is the only plus that exists in red. And so yellow must see it there. And then this corresponds to that. So it does an orthogonal and then extends one of them, which must be this one. This goes to size 4. And along with the shorter orthogonal, it completes a 2x3. And at the end of the 2x3 orthogonal to the x, it has to grow to be, in this case, size 6, which it cannot. So red could not finish here. Red would have to grow further. So it has to go up at least to 24. Now, if it cuts purple off, I assume we get the same issue as last time. Purple has to grow. This happens. They cannot join. This happens. In this case, it's even more obvious that it breaks. So this has to happen. And now once this happens, now once we grow past 18, there are exactly 3 regions in the board. So blue has to join yellow in that world, because if blue doesn't join yellow, then yellow, blue, red are the 3 shapes, or the 3 regions, and purple must join one of them. So purple would have to join yellow or blue. If it joins blue, then I don't know what happens. Something. Also, orange exists and has to join someone. Ugh, where's the contradiction? Because, like, if I get a contradiction here, then we're done. And we know we're forced to do this, the size 9 shape. Because red and blue can't be the same, the original red and blue. Where is the contradiction so we can be done with this absolute monster of a bifurcating puzzle, please? I don't like brute force puzzles. Of course, if there was some logic that would have avoided the brute force, please do let me know. But I missed it, if that's the case. So what's happening here? 2 regions at least still have to border this square, this void. The other thing is, if red doesn't create another plus sign within the next 5 steps, if it's exactly size 24, that is, then yellow is still broken. So red has to do that as well, not just pick up 5 more tiles, but create a plus sign somehow. So like it could do something like this, let's say, and that creates a new plus sign for yellow to try to imitate. But I don't know. I doubt it's gonna work. I just want to properly, well, properly is a strong word. I just want to prove it with contradiction and move on. So let me just try to find where that is. Well, but first of all, this has to be purple, right? Because like if I introduced a new color here, then that would cut purple off. And the puzzle breaks. So this is purple. Same thing here. Okay. And now, if this is not purple, then purple must grow. And this cannot be red, I don't think, because whichever way red picks it up, purple won't have enough space, right? Oh, I don't know, man. I honestly don't know. Just give me my contradiction and let us be done with this. Where is it? Alright, let's just bifurcate again. Can red go north? Let's purple off. Purple must go through this. This happens, this happens. This happens, this happens. Puzzle is broken. So this must happen. This must happen. This. Now, is it proven at this point that 24 is the max size? It is. Because if it is 36, then everything not red is the same region. So blue and purple would have to be yellow, because red can't pick yellow up, can it? No, it can't. It would create 3 areas of the board. So red can't pick yellow up. So if it's 2 times 36, then yellow, purple, and blue are the same region, and red would have to pick up orange, which is wrong. So 24 is the maximum size, in fact. And let's not forget that red still needs to create a second plus sign, and it no longer can do that within the next 4 tiles. Because if it wanted to create a plus sign here with just 4 tiles, then it needs to attach this shape to the end here, either here or here, and neither is possible, because that's no good and that's no good. So I'm gonna take that as my proof by contradiction. Done. Let me just slowly go back and make sure that everything was properly done. Here we bifurcated and proved that neither is correct. Okay. Here we bifurcated and proved that neither is correct. $17 needs to reach 18. So here we bifurcated and proved that neither is correct. $16 has to reach 18. $15 has to reach 18. Okay, and then it was this. Right. So, we now know... Wait, this. This is where we were, right? Did we prove this? I can't remember, so we have to prove it again. But we now know that red is 8 or 9. So now we know that this is this, because red only has 1 plus sign and yellow already sees that plus sign. So that's that. So this is this. And one of the orthogonals has to be extended, which must be that. And this must happen. And this must happen. Okay. And there's at most 1 more tile that can be picked up, which is this. So everything else is a border. And we know that we live in this world. Either 8 by 9 or 9 by 8. Sorry, 8 8 size 9 regions or 9 size 8 regions. Okay. And this is not blue. And oh, sorry, blue has a 2x3. That we did prove that, therefore red has to pick that up. Sorry. So let me redraw this. So this is this, and it does that, which is that. It extends, which is here. It finishes with a 2x3. I suppose actually I could do it differently. I could do it like this, which is that. This, which is this, and then it extends, and finishes. Now, if we do it in blue, this 2x3 is that, and the 2x3 in this point is here, and that point is the center of the plus, so it has to do that. And then this can't go further, but one of them must. So this is the X, and this has to go. Okay. Now green has to get out. And now there's exactly one dead end. Let's call it the triangle dead end. That goes 2 steps like that. So the triangle is here. And therefore that's the circle and that's the X. And the circle sees the 2x3. So this happens. So something is already wrong because I didn't need to use this palisade. So that tells me that I must have missed something. But we're too deep in this line, so whatever, let's just finish it. Let us just finish it. This tile needs to see a plus sign within the next 9 tiles. And the only plus sign it sees is this, therefore, because it cannot reach this plus sign. That's too far. So purple here needs that plus sign. And then... so that's the circle. That's the 2x3. And then either this happens or this happens. We don't know yet which is the triangle. So this and this. Either way, something new starts here and has to join. And this will have to be its plus sign here. So the rectangle, if it's like that, it would have to pick these up, which is bad because this is now too large. So the rectangle has to be here. And so it has to join here and finish. But then how is the puzzle unique? Oh, it's the X. Sorry. Let me go back. We actually know which it is because the X is along the longer side of the rectangle. So we actually know that this is the X and this is the triangle. Alright, so these have to get out, and now we know that this is the X. Sorry. I'm drawing it. The shape's wrong. This is the triangle and this is the X. And this is the X, this is the triangle, this is the circle. There we go. Okay. This has to get out. And we are at 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 8. Because we have 8 size 9 shapes. So these are the last 2 shapes. Red and blue. They are the last 2 shapes. Wait, is the puzzle broken? Or what? Wait, I did this one wrong, sorry. This I did wrong, didn't I? Yeah, I did. So along the longer side of the rectangle, we go 1 step in. Yeah. So this is X, and this is triangle. Triangle, X, circle. There we go. And so there are 2 more regions. So which dead end is this? Well, whichever dead end it is, it always expands 4 out. And now the puzzle is it broken? No, it's not, because... And it's this. Difficulty 4, by the way. I don't know how this is supposed to be difficulty 4. It's like difficulty 8 or something. Because you have to bifurcate to oblivion, or there's some very lovely logic that just forces this solution somehow, and I just cannot see it. Either way, I'm sad. But if there is logic, that makes me at least happy, because it means I might learn something. Whereas if this is actually the intended solution, then I'll just continue to be sad. Okay, there's difficulty 6 here. Range 4-6 Solitude Palisade. Well, I mean, that sounds nice. That doesn't sound like you need to bifurcate. So let's do it. Range 4 to 6. Right, so how many symbols do we see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, 60 over 12 is 5 regions. 5. Sorry, size 5. What? No, that's not true. That's if that's if they're all the same size. But we know sizes between 4 to 6. Sorry. Regions. Regions is what we know. Regions is what's 12. Yeah, that is what I can draw. Regions, there are 12 regions, because each region sees 1 symbol, and there are 12 symbols. Now, we also know the sizes, but we don't need to do any math on those for now. We might at near the end, but not right now. Then are there moves that put pressure on any shapes? Because we know none of the shapes, sorry, none of the symbols can... Yeah, so for example, this couldn't do that, right? Because this must pick up at least one of these two. So this can't be like that, which means this, let's call this red and let's call this blue. We know red can't pick both of these up, therefore red must pick one of these up, at least. And once red picks at least one of these up, blue cannot pick both of them up. And once blue cannot pick both of them up, it must pick one of these up. This one as well here, but let's call this purple, I guess, because that's what showed up. Purple couldn't pick both of those up because this would die. Ah, in fact, look. Let's do this instead. This purple, if it's vertical, it causes this, and if it's horizontal, it causes that. So it always causes a border here. So orange, let's say, or yellow, must pick both of these up. Okay. And we know yellow will pick one more up between these two tiles. So we know yellow is already size 4. And so it can go at most this far, which means this is not part of yellow, but it needs to seek a symbol. So it must seek it here, which causes this to happen. Which causes this to happen. Which causes... this to happen. For a sec I thought I broke the puzzle, but no, this is fine. This happens, this happens, this happens. This must seek its salvation. And by the way, purple still has to expand. And so this now can only find its salvation there, like this. And it's maximum sized, so it is done. And purple can still pick both of those up, so we don't know anything about that. We do know about this, however. Oh, and this has to get out. And it cannot visit this, so this happens now. And once that happens, the puzzle breaks. Doesn't it? Yes. Okay. Restart the whole thing because I have no clue where I broke it. Okay, this tile cannot reach that. Can it reach this? No, it can't. Yeah, this tile can only reach that, I think. Let me just prove that real quick. Because I can see it like this. Okay, they can't join. And can't join that. Can't join that. Yeah, like, surely this must happen. And that forces a bunch of stuff. This will cause the border for this to be here or here, so this will always pick those up. Oh, it's because I expanded purple in this direction for some reason. Why did I do that? It could go this way. Anyway, this has to get out. And it must visit this shape. So these are the same. And so now either it visits it like this and they're done, or it visits it like this and they're done. Either way, this is a new color that has to get out. And this is also a new color. Because if this goes to pick it up, it can't reach a symbol, so it doesn't. And so now this is a new color. that must seek a symbol in this direction, and it in fact must visit this symbol, because otherwise, or no, I guess it could find a different one. No, but there's a different reason, isn't there? Because now there's no space in here. There isn't. What's the cleanest way of proving that? I think this must join there, because if it doesn't, if it goes this way, it gets cut off. So first of all, it can't even go there already. Because like wherever this goes, that tile needs to be able to expand further so that this symbol can be in a region of size 4 or higher. So it cannot go north, so that's out of the question. It cannot go west, that's out of the question. It cannot go south because it can't join blue here because of this border. So that's out of the question. So now this is forced, and this is forced. And that's forced, and that's forced, and that's forced, and that's forced. Because this tile needs that symbol. So this now happens, that happens, that happens. This now cannot reach either of those symbols. They're too far away. So it must reach this. These must happen. And this must happen. Of course, these cannot visit. And now, whatever this is, whatever symbol this visits cannot be through this direction, so it must always go through here and hit that symbol. Like, if it doesn't do that, then it will just not find anything. So it must always do this. And now this must happen, and this must happen, and this, 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 and we don't know. But we know this, and this, and this, and this. So now we know that. Now, stop giving me these colors. We know that, and this, therefore that, therefore this, therefore this. That's max size, this. And now this tile cannot be there, so it's here. Nice! That's a pretty neat puzzle. And it's difficulty 6, and it was easier than the difficulty 4, so GG. Alright, there is more. I still have to finish the right side, and then there's still the middle. We haven't even gilded it yet. Jeez. This is a difficult area. I'll be right back. Take a quick break. Alright. I'm back. Let's continue. We have a lot of puzzles ahead of us in this region still. Boxy size separation area number. Okay, boxy, so primes are 1x3s. If this is vertical, this is vertical. And if this is horizontal, this can still be anything. But the 3s cannot touch because of size separation. So this cannot be horizontal, and neither can that. So they're both vertical. So this must happen. And now that's not a 1. But it's also a 1 by X, because it can't be a 2 by anything. Could go that way or that way. Okay, that's not a 1. It can be a, cannot be a 2 either, this cell. This cell is not a 2 by X because it can't go there. It's not a 1, it's not a 3, it's a 1 by x. It's not a 1 by 1, 2, or 3. Only other option is 4, so it must be this. Now this cannot go there, so it's this. This is a not a 1, so it expands and it's locked in because of boxy. And this 2 cannot go north because now this is broken. It's not a 2 and it's not 2 1s. So it must go like this. This 6 cannot be a 1 by 6, so it must be a 2 by 3. And whichever 2 by 3 it is, we'll have to see that. So these are together. So it's specifically this 2 by 3. This is not a 1 by 1, so it grows. It cannot grow there and stop because it would be a 1 by 3. And it could... and it's not a 1 by 2, sorry. So it's specifically a 1 by 4. Because it's not a 1 by 1, 2, or 3, so it must be a 1 by 4. And then... if this stays as a 1 by 1, that works. If it's a 1 by 2, this breaks. So it's a 1 by 1. And this cannot be a 1 by 1, so it grows. It cannot be a 1 by 3, and we're done. Boxy size separation. So they give us a bunch of stuff. These are separate region sizes, as are these. And this can't be a 1 by 2, so it has to grow. Here there's that constraint does not exist. But this by the way, I should have used different letters there. Let's just delete the letters for now. So this is not a 1 by 1 or a 1 by 3. It can be a 1 by 2 or a 1 by 4. This, however, can be a 1 by 3. This cannot be a 1 by 2 because this region breaks. So it's a 1 by 4. So this is a 1 by 2 or a 1 by 3. There are dead ends that must expand here. This now cannot be a 1 by 2 or a 1 by 4, so it's a 1 by 3, which breaks the puzzle. Why? Oh, this does not have to expand, by the way. Neither does that. This has to expand. And this has to expand. And this. So here, this can't be a 1 by 2, it must be a 1 by 3. This can't be a 1 by 2, must be a 1 by 4. This expands. This is not a 1 by 1 or a 1 by 2. It can be a 1 by 3, it cannot be a 1 by 4. Sorry, I don't know, I'm just not paying enough attention. I don't know why I did that mistake earlier. This cannot be a 1 by 3, but it could be a 1 by 2 or higher than a 1 by 4. This is a dead end, which is not a 1 by 3 or a 1 by 1. So it's a 1 by 2. Oh, that dead end doesn't have to expand. But this is not a 1 by 2 or a 1 by 1, so it's a 2 by 2. And this is not a 1 by 1, so it joins here and the puzzle is broken. I don't understand this. Why did I expand this corner now? There. Stop expanding corners. Now we have to expand this corner. And it can't be a 1x2. This corner also has to expand. Okay. Now this cannot be a 2x2. So it's a 1x1 or a 1x2. It's not a 1x1, so it's a 1x2. Same logic applies to this, so they have to connect. And therefore this can't stay as a 1x2, it must grow. This can be a 1x1. We cannot draw this, because this area would break. So we have to draw this. Now we can either connect or not connect. Oh, but wait, this is size 4, so this cannot be size 4. So we must do this. This is not a 1x1. And if we draw this, the puzzle breaks. So we must do this. And we could either connect or not, we will see. This cannot go there. So it does this. This now cannot stay as a 1x2, it must grow. And if it stops there, the puzzle breaks, so it must grow again. And now that's a 1x1. Now this cannot grow, so it must draw this. Nice puzzle. I just made some silly mistakes. Because I'm not paying sufficient attention. I'm a little bit tired today. Size separation palisade. Okay, well, here we're gonna have a 1x2 somehow. Because this cannot do that. So if we have a 1x2 somehow, then this is not a 1x2. Which means it cannot go visit any of those. So it must go this way. Or rather, sorry, what I meant to say is that... Wait, what? No, that doesn't make sense. That only makes sense in... I don't know. It could do that, like... I don't know what I'm thinking. Anyway, there's something we know. This can't just stay there isolated, so it's size 2 exactly. And the same is true here, and here, and here, and here, and here. So because it's true for both of these, they must be together. And because it's true for both of these, they cannot see each other. And so now this must grow somehow. And also this now can't see this, or that. This must grow. We're not in boxy, so these could join. Okay, so because these are 2s, right? That says a lot. It says this is not possible. So this happens, this can't stay as a 2. And then this, for example, cannot go south because it locks them in, right? And they would be a 2. Same, so this can't go south. And let's see. Any other things that would force it to? Oh yeah, these can't see each other, right? So this happens, this happens. This must happen. And here, for example, this can't go there because it would see this too. So we must draw this, which causes this. Then here's another. This can't go there because it would see that too. So this happens. Similarly, this can't go there or there. So it must go this way. And similarly, these can't go together. So yeah, actually, once I identified which tiles are 2s, I could have drawn a lot of these borders. I kind of just trickled them in as I went, but there were a lot more. This cannot stop there. It must go there. Now is forced to stop. These can't. Here's another one now. These can't become a 2, and these can't become a 2. So this is forced. This is forced. And then we know this is different from blue. So this, if it goes north, well, let me think. So green, if green is red, it still has to go there, but then it's forced to be a 3. So green cannot be red because it's either that or that. Both are bad. So red must go this way, and it can't finish as a 3. So actually what we can see instead is this. This yellow, because it sees this 3, it either needs to stop, but that would break this. And so it cannot stop, but it also cannot go to red, or rather, even if it goes to red, it would still need to go west. So it always goes west. And so now this must have that border. And red can't be just a 1x2. But if it visits this cell, it is forced to be a 1x2, so it cannot visit that cell. So it goes here, and this and this now can't not visit that, or else the puzzle breaks. So this is the solution. Alright. Non-boxy size separation area number. Alright. So non-boxy means that dead ends must expand to be size 3 at least, and then they still must seek salvation in another dimension. Yes, you heard that right. They must seek salvation in another dimension. This happens, because 1x4 is not allowed. And so it must seek salvation with the 5. Then this now must seek salvation, and it's a salvation of area number 4. So this is forced. And now this cell cannot be blue, So it must find salvation in this direction, and it cannot be 5, so the 5 is done. And now this cell can only find salvation in green. Now blue either finds salvation here or here, but wait, there's also size separation, so green can't be 5, so it must go here. Now blue must find its salvation this way. There's a salvation seeker there. And also here, this cannot be yellow, so it must seek salvation here. This happens. We cannot separate green from 4, or else 4 cuts off green's salvation, so they are together, and now they cannot separate or isolate this tile, so they must pick it up. Now 3 can only find its salvation here. We saw that already once we drew purple's border in. And this is a salvation seeker that finds the 6. And the 6 must expand. The 6 now sees the other 6, so due to size separation, it must pick it up. And now... yellow now can only find its salvation there. But because purple is now size 4, yellow cannot remain as size 4. And now these tiles, they all require salvation from either blue or green. So all the remaining tiles are a part of blue and green, but green can only take one more tile, which has to be this, or else it isolates a tile. So therefore the other tiles must be blue. Nice. Non-boxy size separation area number. These 3s cannot see this cell because they cannot join together. And this 3 cannot find its salvation here because it would cut this 3 off from salvation, so it must be this. This is now isolated. This 3 cannot go north, so this 3 now can only... it cannot do that or else it isolates that tile. So... but it must go here because here it cannot do anything. So it must be this shape. This has to trickle out for salvation. We now see 15 tiles. But this 6 will have to see that 6 no matter what. So they are to... oh no, wait, no. This 6 can go in. Never mind. Sorry, I should have done this. Sorry, my bad. My bad. So, what if neither yellow is a part of the 6? I mean, the 6s can still join together, so I guess that's fine. We don't know anything. Well, we do know that this 3 must visit this... no, it could be this, sorry. Ah, in fact... okay, wait. So this 3... It has 3 options, this, and this, but it cannot be this because this would create size separation issue. So, since it cannot pick both of these tiles up, it must pick this tile up. Right, because in this case it must pick. So this happens. And now it must pick one of these. And whichever one it picks, this picks the other. Right? If it's this, then it must be this. And if it's this, then this escapes, can't remain as a 3, and this must happen. So we know that these 3 tiles are now taken. So there is a soft border here in the sense that the rest of the board cannot go there. So we should say this. No passage this way. So now these 6s have 12 tiles available to them, so they must be connected. Because if they're not, then they would share borders. But let's see. I believe we cannot draw this border because now this happens, and we know passage this way is not allowed, so this would happen, and now the puzzle breaks. So this happens. And now similarly, we cannot draw this border because this has to go this way. And it causes this, which is no good. So these must connect. And then they must be a part of blue, because if they're not, the puzzle breaks. Wait, that's not true. Because whatever this is can do stuff like that. Sorry, I completely messed up. Delete this. Yeah, this can still escape. Okay, but we know this is not a new color. If this is not, like, if we draw this border, then this happens, and yellow and red, this 3 breaks. So this must happen. And then it must pick up at least one of these tiles, and if it picks this one up, it can still pick even more, right? So so do we know the 6s must be together? I mean, if they're not together, then this 6 can't pick that up or that, so it can pick at most these, which is bad. So we know the 6s are together. And I believe this cannot happen. Because now... Or no, it could. It could. In fact, that is the solution, funnily enough. Then what else am I supposed to see? Oh, the fact that this, because these 6s are together, this 6 cannot go up. So the 6s need at least one of these 2 tiles, because they cannot just sit here in a box. So if the 6s need one of these 2 tiles, what does that mean? Okay, we know that... Sorry, we know the 6s can't go through this passage, only this can go out. This can go out, the 6s can't go in. So the 6s cannot take this. That's too many tiles. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So The 6s only have these 8 tiles to work with. And they cannot form a box. So they must pick up at least one of these 2 tiles. But can they pick only one up? Maybe. They must always pick this up, right? Because if the 6s must pick up one of these 2, if they only pick up this one and not that one, then this is isolated. So they must always pick that. And now let's ask about this tile. If they don't pick that up, then the 6s kind of run out of room. Yeah, that's not good. So they must pick this one up as well. So that's already 4. Then they must connect. So okay, wait, they cannot pick up all 3 of these. So at least one of these is something else. And this is fine, because it could, or is it? Wait, 4? If it's this, it can't seek salvation that way. So it would have to seek it north. But that's bad, because this now has to be size 7, so this can't be the different tile. So it must be blue. 4, 5, 6. So now 4, 5. So one of those is blue, so this is not. So this must seek salvation there. And this is here, and this can't be size 6. So now this must be blue. And now this has to seek salvation that way. Okay. Bit of a tricky puzzle. I hope I didn't miss any logic. There's another hidden puzzle here. Oh, geez. That's a large board. Solitude size separation area number. Okay, solitude size separation means none of the 5s can see each other. So let's start there. But before let's just check the boards. 154. 154 minus 84 is 70. 70. So do we have 14 5s or what? Oh yeah, we must, because of solitude. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Well, that's a good sanity check at least. But it also means that anything not in range of a 5 is part of the 84. But first, let's just draw in the size separation situation. That can't go there, that can't go there. And these cannot see each other. So this must expand, and it cannot see this or this. And this cannot see them, it must expand. Cannot see that or that, and that cannot see those. Must further expand. This can't go up, this can't go down or east. Must go up, can't go west. Can't go east, must go up. This can't go there. This now has to be anything on the border of a 5 is 84. Okay. Right, this must expand. These cannot see each other. This 5 cannot avoid going there. If we draw this border, it breaks, because it cannot take both of these, obviously. So taking this is bad, because red would cut it off. So we'd have to do this, and that, and this, and this, and this, and it's broken. So it must do that, this, this, this. And now even if it takes these, it must still always take this. And it can't take all of them, so it must still also do this. But this now happens. So also this happens, by the way. And this. Okay, that also happens. And also this red is isolated. Also the 5 can't go there, so it must go here. This happens, this red is isolated. This blue can't go there. This is isolated. Okay. This cannot be red because problems would arise. So it's this blue. It's connected to this 5. And similarly, this couldn't be red. This must happen. And similarly, this can't be red. So this must happen, and this, and this. And now here, this must escape here, and this must complete here. So this and this. This happens. This is red because no 5s can reach it. And I mean, this could go to the edge of the board if it wants to, so. But anyway, that's not helpful regardless. So what else do we see? Oh, this can go south, or rather this must always go at least there somehow, and so this must happen. And this red is stuck, so it has to do that. This has to happen. And this 5 cannot go too north, or else red cannot join. But this has to always be red, I think. These two, because yeah, like if this comes down, this blue's already cut off, so it can't. So that's red. And now this cannot be a 5. Yeah, or rather, this 5. It must visit this cell, because if it tries to avoid it, it would have to touch this other 5. So we must visit here, so this has to go that way, and now this is the only connecting point for red. And now this 5 cannot avoid going here, but it cannot go there. So it must be this. And now there's also this, red is cut off here and here. So it must connect through here. So now this 5 is complete. And then all right, this 5 is must visit this cell, because if it doesn't see that cell, or no, sorry, it cannot see these two cells, so it has only a few options: these two, or these two. But so red must always go through this passage, because this will always visit that or that, and in both cases it creates. So this must happen, this happens, this happens, because every border of a 5 is red. And I believe this is not possible, because it would force this to expand that way. So this must happen, this must happen. So now this 5 cannot see that tile, so even if it sees those, it must still see this. So it always sees those two, and not that. And now red has to go through here. And through here as well. And that is the solution done. Lengthy, but nice. Anything else in there? Yes, there's one here. Solitude size separation area number. Okay. I'm not gonna count this time, or you know what, let's count, why not? 81. So 11, 22, 33, 43, 53, 63, 64, 74, 81. Cool. All right, so we can draw this and this. And we can ask who picks this up, because it's not either 7. Same question can be posed up here. So one of the reds, because, oh yeah, wait, this 5 can't pick this red up. So what is this red? This red must be one of the 11s. And it can't be the bottom one, I assume. Yeah, it cannot be the bottom one, so it must be the top one. And so this cell here could technically be the 5. We don't know. And this has to go through this passage, because if it can't go through any one of these 3 tiles, then it would be forced to cut this 5 off. So it must connect through here. Ah, and we can also ask about this tile, because it's not 5. Maybe it's 11. Could it be the bottom 11? Maybe. But it's not 5 anyway. Let's color the 7s differently. Wait, there's another 11 here. I didn't even see that. I mean, I saw it when I was counting, but I forgot about it. But anyway, that 11 is not red either, I assume. It's too far. Right, so... also, by the way, this cell is relevant as well. It's not 7. Could be 5 though. This cell is not as useful. By the way, this cannot go north because then this is stuck. So we must draw this. Also, this 7 must visit this cell, because if it doesn't, it's just stuck. Is the same true of this? We draw that. Yeah, it's true for this one as well. It's also true for this 5. If we draw this, it's done. So we draw that, this. Okay. So green is still not necessarily purple. We will see. But we know that whatever this is here has to escape. And more, and more. And it has to now be the 11. Because this could not have been part of the 5. And so only salvation exists in that direction. And now the same is true of this cell. It's not the 5, so it must escape, and now it has to go through red. And so now that's red as well. So now this happens. That's not large enough, so it has to go that way. Then... this 11 is kind of warded by that, because, let's see, what is the most this could pick up? It could do, like, if it tries to avoid these 2 cells, I think it breaks, right? Yeah. So this will take one of these 2 cells. But any activity that forces the 7 like that breaks the puzzle, and there is potentially such an activity which might... Oh, wait, before that, this 5 is warded by that because it can't see these cells. So no matter what, even if it picks up this cell, it must still go south. And now it can't lock the 7 in. So it must be this. So now we know this, and that, and this. And we know the purple is not a 5. Purple is now forced to be... Can't be yellow, I don't think. So it's forced to be this. Because it can't be a 7 either. Okay, this can't go west. So whatever that is has to escape. And this has to be a 7, because if it is not... Sorry, it has to be specifically this 7. Well, we already see that from here. Because we also know this, and this, and this, and this, and this. So what I was gonna say earlier is... Well, I don't know what I was gonna say. I was gonna say something about this 7 forcing. Oh no, but wait, doesn't the puzzle break now? Right, the puzzle just breaks now. If I recall. Yeah, I mean, this is clearly broken. It also says I broke Solitude somewhere. I don't know where. But whatever, let's just go back. Wait, Solitude? Why is Solitude broken? No, this far should be fine. Oh, whatever, let's just restart the puzzle. I don't know what I did. I must have done something silly without realizing. Okay, so this 5 can't go... Wait, this can only be reached by that 11, and it must go through here. We proved that last time. And so now this can't go north. And... this gets out. Whatever. Yeah, this cannot avoid that tile, because it would break. So now this happens. This now is not this, so it must be red. And now this 7 is under pressure, because we cannot draw this. Which forces that. And now whatever this is not the 5. Could be the 7. I don't know why last time I said it can't be. That must have been the mistake I made. Okay. Yeah, and this 5 is warded. So Even if it goes here, it couldn't visit purple or green, so it has to go south. Can't go there or there. And now it cannot lock 7. So it's this. And now this southern 7 could be at most here, so it still has to expand no matter what. It cannot avoid that tile. And I believe it also cannot avoid this tile. So all of this must happen. And now this 11 can be at most this 5. So 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, wait. Sorry, I believe we cannot draw this, right? Because if we do, the maximum it can grow would be 10. So it must go this way, which now cuts this 7 off. So this 7 now needs to take every cell it can. Which means it must take purple first of all. It must take this, because if it doesn't, it would be forced to cut the 5 off. Oh, and besides it can't. So once it takes purple, this happens, this happens, this happens. And now it must take these. This 7, even if it takes that, it must still take this. And now green must join to red, because if they don't, puzzle breaks. And now this happens. This is now not 11. So it's 5. Somehow. It's one of the 5s. Let's see what neighbors the 5s see currently. Oh yeah, sorry. So this 5 is like this. And now if this is not... If these two blues are not this 5, then this 5 would have to be that shape, but that would kill this 5. This 5 can't see this, cannot visit this tile either. So it has no choice but to pick these up. Because if this 5 doesn't pick these up, this would have to, and it would cut this 5 off. Also, this happens, by the way, and this. This could subsist on those tiles. Anyway, yeah, this 5, if it didn't pick these up, then let's see. It would be forced to go here. And it couldn't go there because it would kill that. So it would have to go here, and now it can't expand further. Therefore, this 5 is that, and so it picks either this tile up or this tile up. Either way, this 11 is at most 8, 9, 10, 11. And this 11 can't see it, so this is something else. So this happens. And that something else must be this 5. And this happens to be the same purple that this randomly got chosen, but we know they must be the same because a 5 cannot pick this up, the 3 can't. This red 11 can't. It only has one more tile left. So these two are the same. Now it can pick one more tile up. And this tile cannot be a 5 or a 3, so it must be 11. Now this 3 has to go here. So this 5 is 3, 4, 5. And it can't visit that, so done. Cool puzzle. Very nice. Anything else hidden down there? Yes, this. We did that. I don't know. Can't really see very well. That's the sky, I think. Maybe it's done down there. Okay. Let's look at the central area. Damn, there's still several puzzles left. Mismatch area number. So mismatch means that the Tetris shapes have to be different. Actually, this one can only be a 1x4, so this is not allowed to be. So it must seek salvation here, as if it was non-boxy. Right, and this can't be 1x3, so it must seek salvation here. Now this has to be a 1x2. So then the question is, how does this divide the board? 1, 2, 3, or 4. Those are the options. It's clearly not this one, because that's no good. Maybe we can solve it through math, arithmetic. They helpfully provided us with a canvas to draw in the middle. How nice. So we have 12 tiles remaining, of which 4 are used. So the remaining 8 have to consist of what? At most one 1x1. No 2x2s. Sorry, no size 2 regions. No size 3 regions. No size 4 regions, because in this single dimensional circular board where every cell has exactly 2 neighbors, only 2 Tetris shapes are possible, both of which are represented already. The 1x4s and the LJs. So no size, only size 1, no size 2, no size 3, no size 4. We could have size 5, 6, 7. We could have multiple instances of the ones that can have multiple shapes, but we can only have one of these 3. Oh, and of course we could also have 8, let's not forget. No, we cannot have 8, because 8 would require the 4 to leave no corner, which it cannot do. So we cannot have 8. We can have 1, 5, 6, 7. But these 3 are mutually exclusive, because you cannot have more than one of them. And like, you can't have 2 5s, that's more than 8. 2 6s more than 8. 2 7s more than 8. And once you can't have 2 5s, you also can't have 5 and 6 or 5 and 7. And you obviously can have 6 and 7. So you can only have exactly one of these. Maximum of 1. And so you then have to... Any single one of these is not 8 yet. So it has to be paired with the 1. But only the 7 can be paired with the 1. So it must be 1 and 7. So either that's a 1x1. No, that's not true. Sorry. So if it has to be 1 and 7, then this 4 has to act accordingly. So either we need... Well, these are 7. That's the only place the 7 can fit. So it fits there, and we're done. Alright. Range 3 to 4 mismatch. So expansion cannot join. Cannot repeat. So we've used one of our 2 size 3s. There are 2 size 3s possible, and the rest are Tetris pieces. So if the remaining tiles are not divisible by 4, then we will need the second size 3. 19 is not divisible by 4. Ugh, I can't even speak. 19 is not divisible by 4, so we need the second size 3 shape. Which leaves us with 16, which is 4 more Tetris pieces, and there are 5 total Tetris pieces, of which one we have used. Right? 5 Tetris pieces? Yes. And size 3 pieces, we have these 2. So this is done. That's done, that's done. Dead end expansion. This will have to be a Tetris piece, and it can't be that one. So it must be this one. So that's done. Dead end expansion can't be this, so it's this. That is done. Dead end expansion. We will still need a 2x2 somewhere, I believe. And so now these 2 cells will have to be a part of the 2x2, because this can't be. One sec. Alright, I'm back. What was I saying? I don't know. I was saying about the 2x2. This is not a part of the 2x2, neither is that. We know we must have the 2x2 because we needed 4 more Tetris shapes after this one, which are exactly these 4. So we will need the 2x2, and it's not part of these. So, and it's not here or here. So it's one of these. 4 out of these 6. Always these 2. So that's part of the 2x2. But now these are isolated, so it has to be that. And we're done with the size 3. So this expands, and we're done. Boss puzzle, but before that, let's do whatever else is left. Mismatch area number. So these are 2 different regions. And then here and here they have borders. Now clearly red has to go there, so it must pick these up. And blue is not so clear, but blue, this will have to be blue. And so this is red and the puzzle is broken. What? Oh, I don't know. Oh, the alternative is these are the same regions. Sorry. Oh, they can reach each other. Sorry, I just... For some reason I assumed they were too far from each other, but they barely aren't. So instead what we can prove is that they must be the same region, and the reason is because if they're different regions, then there are exactly 2 regions in the board, because these 2 together are size 18, which occupies every cell in the board. But in that case, since red has to get out here and pick these up, making that blue, this tile breaks, right? Because it can't be red and it cannot be blue. If it's red, then red cuts blue off and puzzle breaks. So these two must be the same region, therefore. And because they want to reach each other, first of all, they will have to go through this tile. That's already 3 tiles. They will... Point is, they can't... There are certain cells they cannot visit. Those cells are this, this, this. Because those are dead ends. And the reason we know they can never visit them is because the 9s are so far apart that they can only ever take orthogonal steps towards one another in one of the 2 dimensions, horizontally or vertically. And so their final shape will be one where every cell along the path has exactly 2 neighbors, except for the dead ends, which will have to be these 2 cells. And therefore they cannot visit any other dead end, so they can't visit these cells. But because all regions must have different shapes, at least 2 of these 3 dead ends will have to expand. They can't all 3 be 1 by 1s. Only one of them at most can be. And then we can also ask about these 2 cells, because the 9 can't, you know, red can't pick up both of these. But if it doesn't pick this one up, then all of the blue ones have to expand. Which doesn't immediately cause a problem for red, but, you know, this... You know, this would cause this to have to expand. And this still has to expand somehow. And that the way in which this has to expand is that it has to visit this cell always. But I mean, right now, red... Yeah, this just breaks the puzzle, but it's kind of bifurcation, so I don't like it. So let's think a bit smarter if we can. Yeah, let's instead ask about the 18 tiles, because we know the board consists of 18 tiles. And we know that red takes up 9 of them, so we have 9 more tiles we must pick up. We can pick up a 1 by 1 a single time at most. A 2 by 1, a size 2 region, also a single time. Size 3 region can exist twice. So this can exist twice. And size 4 region can exist up to 6 times. Size 5 region. I don't. Do we need to look at size 5 regions? I don't think so. So we need to sum to 9 using these numbers. I mean, look, I'll just write down size 5 regions, even though I don't see a way in which we could have... Any size 5 region will cut the 9 off, is the point. So, you know, this can be size 5. This can't be size 5. Clearly this can't, so yeah. So yeah, I'm not gonna write down size 5 regions. So anyway, we have to sum to 9 using these numbers. Since 9 is odd, we will need at least a 1 or a 3 at least once. And also we can kind of probably easily see that there has to be a 1 somewhere in the board. Because if we try to avoid there being a 1, then, well, we can't. So there will always have to be a 1, which is pretty clear. But I don't know, it's bifurcation to prove that with contradictions, so let's just see if we can avoid that for now. So we need at least a 1 or a 3 at least once, and these, even if we use up all of them, they only sum to, well, they do sum to 9, don't they? So it could be those 4, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 3. But how can we have the 3 twice? We would need the 1 by 3 somehow. I do see a way to do that. This could happen. Now that is a solution. But you know, that's bifurcation, so let's not do that. So instead, what do we do? Well, if we wanted there to be a 4, here is something we can say. Here's something we can say. If we don't use these to sum to 9, then we will need to use 4 or higher. And the thing is that both in the case of the 1 by 3 and size 4 regions, we have to use this area of the board. Because a 1 by 3 must use some of these tiles, of these green tiles, and the same is true for any size 4 region that is not, you know, obviously not part of red. So, but the thing is, red will need to form a passage through here somehow. So like, the most lenient that red can be is either like that to leave these tiles, or like this to leave these tiles. So what does that tell us? Well, wait. Must we always use a 1 when summing to 9? What would be an alternative way of summing to 9? Well, I suppose if we could use 5s, then we could sum to 9 in different ways, but yeah, like without a 1, using just these numbers, I don't think there's a way, is there? Well, there's 2, 3, 4. Sorry, 2, 3, 4 does sum to 9. But is it the case that we can't have both the size 4 region and the 1 by 3? Because how many of these tiles must the 9 occupy? We know it occupies exactly 3 here and exactly 1 here. So therefore, in the green region, it occupies exactly 5. So 5 out of these 10 green tiles must be red. So that leaves us with 5 tiles to work with. Technically 7 because of these 2. But neither of those 2 can be a part of the 1 by 3, right? And so if I'm saying that I need both a 1 by 3, but they can be a part of the 4, but not both of them. So at most one of these 2 is useful. So it should actually be 11. So out of those 11, the 9 takes 5, leaving us with 6. And out of those 6, we somehow need to include a 1 by 3 and a size 4, and that's not possible. because a 1 by 3 and a size 4 sum to 7, and we only have access to 6. So I believe that is my proof that we must use a size 1 region if we only have these. Now, if we had access to 5, I think the same logic would repeat, right? Because 5 would also need the green tiles. There are 11, technically 12 if we include the 5, but again, like even with 12, 9 would use up 5 of them, leaving us with 7. So like what can the 5 be? 5 and 4? No good, can't make that up using 7. 5 and 2 would need another 2 or 2 ones, doesn't work. 5 and 3 would need a 1, so yeah, doesn't work. Same thing if we add a 6 here. That same logic will repeat. So I think that is my proof that we must always use a 1. So once we always use a 1, the remaining 8 tiles have to consist of these. And therefore it must use both 3s. Well, I guess technically we could put a 5 here though. Okay, but wait. I think the logic repeats again. Like here, if I try to avoid... Because what I'm trying to prove right now is... No, wait. Before I draw in the 5. So one way is these. But I cannot forget about the 5 and the 6 here. So... But again, I can use the logic I did using these tiles. Anything 4 or higher has to visit some of the green cells. And technically it could visit these. So let's just draw in all 12. So if we wanted, for example, to do 6-2, right now I'm just proving by process of elimination that it has to be these. So if I wanted to avoid them, let's try the 6, because we cannot have 7, obviously. Because we've already used the 1, which took the 9 down to an 8. So now 7 is no good. 8. I mean, 8. You know, out of the green tiles, 9 uses up 5 of them, which leaves us with 7. So 8 is already no good. 7 is no good. If we wanted to do a 6 and a 2, technically speaking, using just arithmetic, 6 is possible, but the reason it is actually not is because it couldn't visit both of these corners, right? The 6 couldn't visit both of these corners because that would have to cut the 9 off. So it only has access to one of them, and once it only has access to one of them, 9 uses up 5 of these 11, leaving us with 6. But 6 can't take both of these either, or both of those. So technically speaking, 6 would only have access to 5, so 6 is no good. So what about 5, 3? 5, 3. I mean, again, I can see that that would cut the 9 off. Can I prove it with just arithmetic? Yes. The 9 takes 5 out of 12, leaving us with 7, so... Oh, wait. No, but... Yeah, sorry. I have to be careful with what I say next, because... If we ever include a 2, the 2 could be outside the green zone. So the green zone is only relevant when we're working with 3 or higher. So let's keep that in mind. But in the case of the 5, it needs 5 and 3. Both are 3 and higher, and they cannot complete within the green zone because 9 takes 5 of them, leaving us with 7, so that's no good. So the point is right now, actually, we can very easily conclude just using this arithmetic that because the green zone has at most 7 tiles, in this part of the arithmetic, we must have a 2, because that's the only one that can exist outside the green zone. So we can proceed further. So from here we go there, and from here we go down to 6, which has to be... So we have now proven that we need a 2 existing outside the green zone, which can only be this. So where we are at now with the solution is that this must happen, and this. 9 cannot pick those up. And we now have 6 tiles remaining, because out of these 12, 9 has to take 5 of them. Wait, what? Oh, there is a 1 in here in the green zone. Ah, there's a 1 in the green zone. Once we've done this, because that's the only place outside the green zone that 2 could have existed, at that point now there's a 1 in the green zone somewhere. So actually the green zone now, out of the 12 tiles, 9 takes 5 still, so we're down to 7. 1 takes another, so we're down to 6. So in the green zone there are 6 tiles left, and we have to sum to 6 using these numbers. So either it's this or it's both of the 3s. There's no other option. These are no good. So can it be the 6 itself? How do we prove that it cannot be that? I cannot prove it with just... No, that was the same as earlier, wasn't it? Which is... the 6 cannot pick up 3 out of these 4 tiles. It can pick up at most 2 of them. But if it only picks up at most 2 of them, then it needs 4 out of the purple tiles, at least. And why can it not do that? I mean, it will just cut the 9 off somehow. Do I really have to prove that? Like, it's so obvious. I'm just gonna call it a day and not prove that, and just say that intuitively it's pretty obvious that it can't just be a direct 6. And so it must be 2 3s. So now we're left with this. We have a 1, a 2, and 2 3s. We already have the 2, so that's done. One of the 3s is a 1 by 3. Let's highlight all the tiles a 1 by 3 can be a part of. It's not a part of this. Could be a part of this. Let's just use colors. So it's not part of that. It could be a part of this. Could be a part of this. Oh yeah, once I say it could be a part of something, I should draw in an example. Or all examples, I guess. So here, here, here. So it could be a part of any of those, the 3. The 2 is done. This cannot be a part of the 1 by 3, but it could still be a part of the other 3. So we cannot conclude that this one must be the 1 by 1. We just know that there's a 1 by 3 in here somewhere. Ah, but wait, we can just... This 1 by 3 is not possible, sorry. That's not possible, it cuts off the 9. So actually this can't be a part of a 1 by 3. This can't be a part of a 1 by 3 because it cuts the 9 off. I mean, I know I'm brute forcing now, but I feel like the puzzle wants me to, so I'm just gonna resign myself to it. So that can be a part of a 1 by 3. This can't be because it would cut the 9 off. Same here, cut the 9 off. Same here, cuts the 9 off. This is okay. This is okay. So it's one of these two is the 1x3s. But this one breaks, obviously, because if that's the 1x3 we go with, then that's the 1x1, and now the 9 has to go here. And it cannot, the 9 cannot visit these two tiles, but these two tiles can't be the final shape, which is the other 3. So it's not this 1x3, and that leaves one option. And we kind of brute forced it, but... And see, this is why I'm saying that intuitive solving is the same as brute force. Because what I, 10 minutes or however long ago, saw intuitively that this has to be the 1x3 is what I just proved using brute force. So intuitive pattern recognition is the same as brute solving. That's what I have been trying to say for many videos, that this is why I don't like intuitive pattern recognition solutions, because they are the same as brute force, proof by elimination, or sorry, process of elimination, proof by contradiction. Those are all the same, and they circumvent interesting logic. If interesting logic exists. But I'm gonna stop beating the dead horse. So this happens, and now the 9 can't be a part of that, and only one shape left, which is the other 3, so it's that, and we're done. Cool. Mismatch area number. The area numbers here add up to 21. Because 5 plus 5 is 10, 3 plus 7 is 10, that's 20, plus 1 is 21. And over here, they do not add to 21. Over here, they add to 20. But we already use a 1x1 here, so we can't use a 1x1 in this region. And so, it could not be that these area numbers are unique areas. At least 2 must join, but only these 2 can join, so they must. Okay. And now, once they join, once these join, they will take 4 out of the 21, leaving us with 17. 7 plus 3 is 10, plus 2 is 12, leaving us with 5. So, the 5 has access to, doesn't have access to 1 or 2, doesn't have access to 3 because both 3s are gone. So it has access to 4 and higher, but because it has no access to 1, it couldn't be 1 plus 4. So the final 5 tiles must be a single size 5 region. So there is a 5 in here somewhere. Okay. That's as much as counting can tell us. Now let's get to the actual puzzle. We know these 2 5s. Oh, wait. What if these 2 5s join, though? Huh. If those 2 5s join... then we could have something else in this area, but that has no bearing on the logic I just applied with the counting here, right? The counting here just told me that these 4s must join and told me that none of these can join. And so there are 5 remaining tiles that have to consist of shapes that did not transpire beforehand. And all 1s, 2s, and 3s have transpired. So the final 5 tiles couldn't be a 4 and something. So they must be exactly a 5. And that doesn't change whether or not these 5s join. But these 5s could join. We don't know. Anyway, let's think about the 3s, because one of them is a 1x3. And this could not be a vertical 1x3, because these can't be 1s and 2s. And they couldn't be a 3 because it would kill that. So that's not a vertical 1x3. If that's the 1x3, it has to be horizontal. And it can't be like this because it cuts that off. So it would have to be that. Thing is, if that's the 1x3, it also cannot be vertical. Same logic. And it also, if it's horizontal, must be that. So we know that one of them has to do that. And then what does the other do? If that is the sideways size 3, like the triangle or whatever you want to call it, it couldn't be that, it couldn't be that. So it can't pick either of those up. It couldn't be that. It couldn't be this. So the only option it could be is this. Let me just do one final thing regarding the counting here. So these remaining 20 tiles here, either all of these 4 area numbers are unique, so they don't join. 3 plus 7 plus 5 plus 5. Or if the 5s join, then we would have 3 plus 7 plus 5 is 15. And then we have another 5 tiles remaining. And just like down here, they would have to be a size 5 region because, you know, no access to 1s, 2s, or 3s, and a 4 would need a 1, which it cannot do. So the point is that if these 5s join, then we could have another size 5 region somewhere in here. So that's all we need to keep in mind. Meaning that, for example, if the 3 does that, this could be a region of its own. It doesn't have to connect to the 7. It would be something like this. Alright. What about here? Could this do the triangle 3? Not this, not this, not this, not this. Would have to be that. This could be the hidden 5. It would have to be the hidden 5. Ah, but wait, it couldn't be this 3 because the 7 would isolate the 4s from each other. And this 4 would just be broken anyway. So this 3 has to be the 1x3. If it tries to be the triangle, all options fail. That fails, that fails. Can't go there. Here, this fails, this fails, this fails, this fails because of this. So can't go there. If it goes here, it must go there. 7 now has to go here. And the 4 is cut off. So this has to be the 1x3 and it cannot be vertical because of this. It cannot be like this because of that. So it must be like that. And this now has to be the triangle. Cannot isolate the edge, so that's no good. That's no good. Can't go that way. Couldn't isolate the edge again, so that's no good, that's no good. So it has to be specifically this. Now this is either a hidden 5 if these join, or it's the 7. But in all cases, all of these connect. So then the only question is, does it connect further? We will see. And this, same logic. It will always have to come out and then either be the hidden 5 or be part of the... Ah, wait. Yeah, it could be a part of the 7. Wait, the hidden 5 is confirmed then. Yeah, actually, sorry. The hidden 5 is right now confirmed. Because of, let's color this red. And let's color this blue. And let's color these whatever. So because of the red and the blue, these have to connect together, because if they tried to avoid connecting, they would need to break. It's that simple. So there is a hidden 5. Okay, so these must connect. And once they must connect, they must pick up the corner. And now they also must pick up this cell, because if they don't, they will isolate it, and that's not allowed. So now we know the shape of this 5 up here. Oh, and it can't isolate this either, so this is exactly forced. And so now the 7 couldn't pick up blue, right? Or no, it could. 7 can still be red or blue. We don't know which. Alright. So it will depend on the shape of this 7, I guess. So we will see. So... Right, this 2 can't go north. So whatever that is has to get out. And... because it's either the 7 or the hidden 5. In both cases, it has to expand out of the dead end. So the 2 can't go east, must go south. These 4s we know must connect. And so now they must go through here. And so now this must be the hidden 5. But these 2 cells are only seen by the hidden 5 and the 4s. So that means because the 4s can only pick from these 2 tiles, they can't pick this tile anymore, because they must pick one of these 2 up, which has to be that. So this must happen. So now blue cannot be the hidden 5 like that. And red cannot be the hidden 5 either, because it would imitate this. So red must be the 7, blue must be the hidden 5, and it cannot go there. And so then we're left with tiles that the other 7 must pick up. All right. Very well. What else remains? Another difficulty 5 puzzle. Or I guess the previous one was difficulty 4, but by another I mean we've seen a lot of difficulty 5 puzzles in this area. So mismatch, size separation, polyomino. So we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 size 5 polyominoes. That's 25 on the polyominoes. 48 minus 25 equals 23. Okay. I don't care. I literally don't care. But cool story. So, what are we doing? We're brute forcing shapes, my favorite pastime. Well, let's look at this. This one is under a lot of pressure. It's either this. First of all, it can't visit both of those, right? And it can't go this way. So it can either go here or here, because it can't go this way either. So it's either that or that. This has a 3x3 bounding box, and now it's stuck. So this is no good. Which means it must be this. So now this can never pick that up. And it must pick itself up. Could be a few things. This, this, that. Has a few options. Let's look at this. That's the most interesting because this must be its bounding box. I need to sneeze. I muted the mic, so you're welcome. The reason this must be its bounding box is because this thing is in the way, right? We know that when we draw its bounding box, it needs to visit the central column or row. And so if we try to draw this, we can't. And obviously because of the edge of the board here, the bounding box has to be specifically in this row because it has to pick itself up. So we know it's one of 3 bounding boxes. Well, it's not the third because here it's not picking itself up. But so it's either it's 1, 2, 3. It's not this because this is in the way. So it's either this or this. Those are its 2 options. And it's not this because if it tried to do this and pick itself up, it runs into an issue. Similarly, if it tries to do this and pick itself up, it runs into an issue. Therefore, this actually is its bounding box. It can't be this, so it must pick itself up. And then it has 2 options, either that or that. Okay, so we know this must happen. And that was why this couldn't go north, by the way. Okay, now let's ask about this. Either this cell is part of a 2x2, so it's this, or it's the dead end, in which case it can do this, or nothing else. So either it's that, or it's this and this and this. You know, tons of options. Or this and that, or that, or that. Okay. But anyway, we have a 1x1 here, so dead ends must expand. What about this? Can it have its 1x4 in this row? We know its 1x4 has to be horizontal because there's no room otherwise. If it's in this row, it has to be either this, which cuts that off, so it's not that, or this, which doesn't cut this off, except it creates a 1x1, so it's not that either. I mean, I'm really bifurcating here, but like, I feel like you have to know. Don't you have to bifurcate here and just like test these options? I feel like maybe you do, so I'm just gonna do it, whatever. So it's not in this row, so it's in this row. Could be there. Could be even here. We don't know for sure. So we don't know anything. All we know is that the 1x1 attached to it is at most this far left and at most this far right. So these are the possible cells this shape could visit. Ah, but wait, if it picks this up, it couldn't isolate a 1x1. Right, so if this is red, if this shape visits red, then it must have the 1x1 here. Because if it has the 1x1 here, it creates an isolated 1x1, which is not allowed. So if it picks red up, it picks that up. If it doesn't pick red up, what happens then? then it could be this or this. In both cases, it would pick these three up. So it either picks red up or it picks these three up. If it picks these three up, then it's forcing this shape to be exactly this. And then it would have to be that. So either this happens, in which case this has to join this, or it picks red up and does that. Those are the two options. But I don't see an easy way to see if either of those options is forced. Well, I guess, hold on. Here we know this and this. So this is a dead end that must expand. We know that. Maybe I do have to use arithmetic. Do I? Maybe I do. Let's see what arithmetic tells us. Arithmetic tells us that we have 19 plus 23, which is 42. And the 42 has 1, 2, 3, 4 size 5 shapes. So it's actually 22 cells. We need 22 cells without 1x1s and without these 5 size shapes. We have at most 2 3s, at most how many was it? 6, is it? Oh my god, dude, I'm an idiot. There's size separation. Oh, what am I doing, dude? There's size separation. This puzzle could have been solved yesterday already. There's size separation. Jesus. This can't go there. So it must be this. This can't go there. So now this. If it's part of the 2x2, it's that. If it's not part of the 2x2, then what cells in here can be part of a 2x2 that can join to this? This. Only those and these. So the thing that's not part of the 2x2 is either this cell or I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, this is off limit, by the way, so the 2x2 can only fit here because that's off limit. So that's the 2x2. That's off limit. Now this cannot be horizontal anymore. So it's 1x3 is vertical and either here or here. If it's here, it has to look left. And if it's not here, it has to look right. So it always picks these up. And this expands. So now this can't go there. So it's 1x3. Green interferes with its 1x3 being here. So it has to be this. It cannot isolate the corner, so it has to be that. This has to grow. This happens. And also this, by the way. This couldn't be a size 5 area. Therefore... also this can create a size 1. So this happens. Corner must expand. And this can't all be one area. So it's size 5 that needs at least 2 regions. So it's either 2 plus 3 or 1 plus 4. It can't be 1 plus 4. So it's 2 plus 3. The 3 can be... Well, the point is there's a 2 in here. So once there's a 2 in here, this can't be a 2, so it must grow. And it can't be a 5, so this happens. This happens. 2s are not allowed. This just became a 4. This has to grow. This has to grow. This has to grow. This can't stay as a size 5. This must go there. It causes this. So now the 3 that's in here cannot be a triangle. So it must be a 1x3, which must be this. Okay. Well, that was really rough because for some reason I just completely forgot about size separation. Yeah, like I said, I'm really not paying enough attention today. Alright. And now what? Boss puzzle time? And then big boss puzzle time? Is there anything in this tower? Any hidden puzzles? Dude, this video is way too long already. Let's just... If there are hidden puzzles, we'll come back for them another time, I guess. Let's just get on with this. Range 4 to 5, mismatch. Okay, so dead end expansion. This is dead end expansion central. And there's more dead end expansion to be done. I shouldn't do it like this. That was bad. Because then I have to like backtrack and look at all of them again. Let's just do it methodically. We have to grow at least to size 4. This has to get out. It could join here. It cannot go there. Must now join here, and this is now max size. This one now can't go this far, so it must always go here. It could join, it can't go there. If it doesn't join, it goes there and it's size 4. Let's just remember mismatch, let's not forget. Ah, wait, before that, let me just check something. 80 tiles. So 80 tiles using only size 4s and 5s. The problem is I don't know how many size 5s there are, but there are 5 Tetris. Sorry, 6? 6 Tetris? I think it's 6, isn't it? I keep forgetting. No, it's 5. So that leaves 60, which is divisible by 5, so that is not enough to know. Ah, but wait. If we have any size 4 region, we must use up all 5, or else the remaining tiles are not divisible by 5, right? I believe so. So the moment we have a single Tetris piece, we must have all 5 Tetris pieces. Okay. Let's continue. So, let's see, dead end expansion. This expands, this expands, this expands. Now, let's see, let me use some... So, red and blue must be the same region, because if they're not, then we're in trouble. Okay. And now this is not red, because if it was, then these tiles are isolated. And so now out of these 3 tiles, red picks up 1 or 2, blue picks up the remaining one or two. So blue is at most size 3. It can't pick all 4 up. So it's at most size 3, so it must get out. This now happens. We cannot start a new color here. Cannot grow large enough. And it can't be blue, so it's red. And now red can pick at most this up, so this must be blue. And now blue can't be that shape, so this must be red. Okay. Oh, and because of this, these can't join, right? So this happens, this happens, this happens. Now we have a Tetris shape. So I believe now we must have all 5 Tetrises. This can't go there, so it must finish. We now have 2 out of 5 Tetrises. This can't be a Tetris, so it must grow. I'll just draw a question mark, I guess. Okay, how about this? This can't join to this, so it will expand. And this cannot join to this, or to this, or to this, so in all cases it must expand. And now if that's not red, it breaks? Does it break? It breaks, doesn't it? No, not necessarily. Because all we know, well, it couldn't do this. It would have to do that, right? Yeah. So let's see. Green has to expand into one, but not both sides. That's fine. This, I don't even know, I'm running out of colors. Let's draw this as red for a sec. This red, or let's draw it as pink. Pink over here is under a lot of pressure because of this T shape being restricted. Because look, that means it's forced to create a T shape on its next move because it still has to expand, right? And therefore, we know it has to be a size 5 region. But if it goes west, it can't go further north, so it will have to go east. So it always has to go east. But now it can't go further east because it would be too large. So it must create this shape. So this now has to expand, and it has to expand south. And now green must expand. And now blue is still unknown. Green could be that, we don't know. This is something new that has to expand. So here, if this goes east, then it's imitating green. So one of them has to stop. They can't both... Or sorry, one of them has to expand, I meant. They can't both stop. But they still have op... Oh, this is the same? Oh, it's just warning me about yellow. Never mind. We'll see. Let's also remember that we will need all Tetris pieces. That's true through modular arithmetic, isn't it? Like, let's see, 80? We had 80 tiles. If we only subtract 4 once, then we're at 76, which is bad. 72, which is bad. It's not divisible by 5. 68 is bad. 64 is bad. 60 is good. So once we have 1, we must have all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, we must have all Tetris shapes. So let's just keep track of them. I mean, technically I could probably keep track of the size 5s, but I don't know them off the top of my head. I could derive them, but let's just keep track of the Tetris pieces for now. So here's 1, 2. We have 2 of them so far. We're threatening a third. But the ones we still need are the I, the O, or you know, the 2 by 2, 1 by 4, 2 by 2. We have TLJ, so we still need SZ. So we still are missing those. I don't know how many possible size 5 pieces there are, so it's possible that this puzzle asks you to find all of them. We will see. Anyway, let us proceed. Ah, these must join now, purple and yellow over here, because if they do not join, then they cut one another off. So they must join. And now they have to either be... Ah, right, they cannot do this, right? Because they will isolate that. So this can never happen. This could still happen, though. But this tile either is part of a red or this yellow. We don't know which. We will see. Then what? Well, let's do another thing, which is 80, 60 divided by 5 is 12. So we actually have 12 size 5s. Of those, we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We guaranteed C5. So we can have 7 more. Plus 3 more Tetrises. So out of the incomplete... Let me say that again. We have 5 Tetris, leaving 60 tiles, plus 12 size 5s. That's a total of 17 regions we have on this board. We already see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 complete regions. We can have 10 more. We know we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are all guaranteed to be different. So we could have 4 more. Oh, wait, no. This I counted as... Ugh, now I'm confused. What did I count and what did I not count? Did I count the question mark or not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, I did count the question mark. And now of the incomplete, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that are guaranteed to be different. This we don't know because it could connect. So that's 7 again. So that's 14 total. We can have 3 more regions. We can have a maximum of 3 more regions. And if we can prove that we do have another 3 regions somewhere without this, then this must join. Yeah, I mean, look here. That's another region. That cannot be here. So now we have 2 more regions. This could be a part of blue. Ah, this. Nah, but that could be this yellow. This. Ah, this. This can't be green. It can't be this yellow. Because then this yellow has to be the same shape. And it can't be that yellow because it's too far. How many are we at now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's just count all of them, yeah? Let's count all of them that are guaranteed to be different. Let me delete this for now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We can have 1 more region. Where is a tile that nobody can pick up? If there is a tile that none of these colors can pick up, it's the final region. But I don't see such a tile. Well, this though, if this is not blue, then this is the final region. And does that break the puzzle? I mean, if that was the final region, then this has to connect here. Although, hold on, let me go back for a sec. This is under pressure too. These 2 cells are under pressure. Because both of those cells, this one, well, this could see it, but this can only be seen by that. So, if we want to avoid this being the final region, this has to pick it up somehow. Yeah, but so what? I don't think that does much. So just to confirm, we are at 16 currently, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay. One more region. One more region. So both of these cells can only be picked up by this, actually. Wait, same for this cell. Wait, what the heck? All three of these cells, if they're not part of the final region, they have to be a part of this. That's interesting. No, not this. Because this can pick that. But these two. Interesting. I mean, here is something though. If I knew how many different... maybe I need to derive how many different tile size 5 shapes there are, because if I know that one of them has to be a 1x5, that's pretty powerful knowledge. So maybe we should derive them. Alright, let's derive them. So the easiest way to derive them is to extend Tetris pieces. So first we have the 1x4. The 1x4 can be extended in, I think, 3 different ways. It can be extended into a 1x5. It can be extended into a 1x4 with a hook, into a 1x4 with a central hook, and that's it. So 1x5, 1x5 with a hook, 1x5 with a central hook. Then, wait. There. Then, 2x2 with a hook, and that's it. Then LJ no, that's the same as a 2x2 with a hook. Or is it? Yeah, it is. So LJ with this, LJ with the other side, and LJ with the other side in the middle. And then SZ if we do that, then it's already this. This is that. This is that. This is that. So any... oh, it can be that, right? Okay, so that's an option. We can extend one of them. Any other move creates shape we already have? How many is this so far? 3, 6, 8. So we need at least 4 more somehow. Oh wait, I didn't do this or this yet. Well, this I should have done in the LJ extensions. Oh, I have done that there. Anyway, let's get to the T extensions. So the T can be lengthened here and become a plus. This we did, 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 which is the same as that. So is that everything? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? No, we need 2 more. There's 2 more? How is there 2 more? I could just go look it up by now, but whatever. Did I not do this? No, it's this one. We've done that. We've done this. So let's see, the I can have an extra square here, we've done that. Here, we've done that. So here, here, and here. So the I is done. The 2 by 2, no matter where you add a square, it's symmetrical. A tile, I mean, so the 2 by 2 is done. The LJ, you can extend it there, which we have done. It's the same as an I being extended. Here, done. The other way, done. And then 1, 2. In the middle, done. Downwards is done over there. Ah, like this. We haven't done that. No, we have done it here though. So that's done. That's done as well. So I think LJ is done. S, this is done. That's done. Ah, I didn't do this. So there is that option. That. That's all done. This is done. This is done. That's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. So I think S is done. T. That's done. That's done. That's done. Because this is this. That's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. So I think T is done. So I is done, LJ is done, SZ is done, T is done, 2 by 2 is done. So that should be 12, but it's not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm still missing one shape. Are there like 2 variations of this somehow that are not symmetrical? But mirrors and like reflections and rotations are allowed, so it's just about the topology, no? I don't know, I'm just gonna look it up. So, where is it? Pentominoes. There are 12. Oh, I never did the extended L. So there is this. I only did the long L, not the square L. So there's like the I, the 1x4 with a hook, the 1x4 with an inner hook, then there's a long SJ, then there's a wide L, then there's a T with a longer center, then there's like the SJ combining with an LJ, which is this. Or sorry, it's also combining with a T. It's like all the Tetris pieces. Then there is the squiggle or staircase. Then there is the double-sided LJ. And there's the plus, the P, and the C. So okay, that's all of them. And now we know there are exactly 12, so each shape shows up exactly once. So that is done. That is done. I'll just delete them. The P is done. The LJ is done. The T is done. But anyway, now we know we must have a 1x5. Oh, and this is also done here. So we must have, how many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 remaining out of 18 or something. Why did I say 17 earlier? What was 17? Oh, 17 is how many shapes I already had on the board, and I needed one more, right? Okay. Anyway, so we must have a 1x5. So who can be a 1x5? You can. You can. You can't. So it's either this. This cannot be. Because it would isolate these. It could be this perhaps. 3, 4, 5. It couldn't be this because it can't reach there. It could be this. So those are the candidates for the 1x5. That is it. Because this can't be the 1x5 because it would create a second 1x5. All right. So one of those is the 1x5. And maybe maybe only one of them is possible. So if we pick this one, then we would have to do this. And then we would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tiles to be divvied up between 1, 2, 3, 4 regions. Or 5 regions, 4 or 5, but well, this will pick at most one more up or 0. This still needs at least 2, this still needs at least 1. So once we take out the 2 from this and the 1 from that, that's 3 out of the 8. 5 remain. So if a new region shows up, then 1 remains, which one of them has to pick up. So then there would need to be 3 Tetris shapes. But none of them, well, this could be the 2x2 Tetris shape, because only 3 Tetris shapes remain. This could be the 1x4, and then this can be either a size 5 or... but then this couldn't be the 1x4. So does this always force 3 Tetris shapes into this side of the board? If we pick this one. Let me count again. This picks up 2 tiles at least. This picks up 1 tile at least. And this is also a region. So this picks up 3 tiles at least. So 1 plus 2 is 3, plus 3 is 6. So 6 out of these 8 tiles are used, leaving us with 2 tiles. And those 2 tiles must be picked up by one of these 4 regions each. And therefore... no, so that's only 2 Tetris shapes. Because 2 of them will be size 5 and 2 of them will be size 4. Okay. Very well. So that doesn't really force anything. Because if they all had to be Tetris shapes, then I would know, for example, that this has to expand here. And that would be tricky. Or like everything else would have to be size 5, a pentamino. Tricky puzzle. What about the like, what about the what is it called? Zigzag staircase? Because that's fairly bounded as well. Like, it needs a whole diagonal out of a 3x3. But there are still several fools who can do that. Like, this could do it, this could do it. So we don't know. So if blue is not... Let's see, if blue is not... We know blue is a pentomino, and it's either that, which causes purple to be a tetromino, or this, in which case purple can be anything. This or this. And we just know this is not purple, so it's either connecting to red or yellow. Not both, because of this. And can yellow be avoiding teal? If it tries to avoid teal, it has to be exactly an SZ. Which would cause green to expand. And if it does not avoid teal, then it's again almost forced to be an SZ, but it's not necessarily. But together with green, it would be an SZ. Okay, so between these two, SZ is already taken. And the other always has to be this. So these are kind of taken now. Let me draw a little arrow that these are kind of taken between these two. Okay. Well, looking at the board, I do think that the staircase can only be one of these two, I believe. Because where else do we have a 3x3 whose diagonal is free? So we have it here. Not here, because that isolates that yellow. So here, here, here. Although that breaks orange. So not there, really. This isolates that corner, so that's no good. So it's there. Could it be this? Maybe, actually. Yeah, it could be there, I guess. At first glance. But it's not up here anywhere. It's not there because orange breaks. Couldn't be there because this becomes a T. Yeah, but I don't know. That doesn't seem helpful to know right now. What about the 2x2? Feels like that also has some options. What about... I mean, apart from the staircase, there are two others that have a 3x3 bounding box. So these three have 3x3 bounding boxes. How many 3x3s are available right now? Surely not that many. Or instead, let's ask who are... Let me just delete these for a sec. Let me just keep the circles. The circles are the potential ending points of the 1x5s. All right, so 3x3 bounding boxes. I mean, technically this is a 3x3 bounding box, so maybe that line of thought is not going to be as useful as I thought it might be. Instead, I need to look at specific colors and ask what shapes can it be. Maybe that is the way forward. So this purple is either a 1x4 or a 1x4 with a central extension. Let's draw it here. This one needs a shape with a 1x3 in it, so it could be a 1x4 or a 1x5. And can be any of that stuff. So 1x4 with a thingy, 1x4 with a hook. It's not those. It's not this. It's not this. It could be this. This, we know it's either an SZ or this shape. Same here. Is this gonna be like Sudoku, where like there's only gonna be one possible combination of certain shapes? This we know is either that or this. Like, we might draw all the stuff in and then one of the shapes can only exist in one place or something. This down here could be a 2x2, could be a staircase. This can be a staircase. It can also be all manner of other stuff. Do I even want to write them all in? Like, it can be a 1x4, 1x4 with stuff attached. It can technically even be this. These are occupied. It could be that. It could be staircase. It could be an extended L. So it can be everything except what green and this yellow occupy. Wait, did I forget one? Oh, it can't be a 1x5 either. Okay. Let me just... The shapes that are done, let's just... You know what? Let's just remove the color of the shapes that are done. Or maybe that's not clear. Let's just use light blue. Something like this, maybe. Whatever. Let's delete this question mark. So this can be a... Oops. This can be as 1x5, 1x4, 1x4 with hook, 1x4 with central hook, or whatever you want to call it. It can be this, it can be anything as well, right? It can be a staircase, and it can be an extended L. So just like that, these two can be anything. This can be everything as well, pretty much. Although it can't be a zigzag. Let's redraw this circle. And here. I mean, now this is inside the circle, but whatever, like, fine. What about this? This can be not a 1x5, but extended 1x4 with a hook. It can't be the other 1x4 with a hook, though. And it cannot be this, but it can be that. It could be... It could not be the zigzag. Ah, wait. This can never... Wait. Ah, look, this shape is already taken. Which means this red can... Wait a minute, red can't pick this corner up? No, it can. No, P is also taken. Wait. Is that it? Yeah, well, let's just finish what shapes it can be. Look, it can't be any Tetris. No, it can be a Tetris. But the point is, look, whatever shape it is, it just can't pick any of these cells up, I think, because it will isolate something. Okay, I think that's progress. Look, what can red be over here? Can red go there? Then it would have to pick these up and be P, and that's broken. So red cannot go there. And so now red can't be this, because if red wants to be that, it will fight with yellow and green and break, therefore. So that's not good, because this would be forced. It would be looking like green, and now yellow can no longer exist. So this is a new color, and that's the final color. And what can this be now? Well, whatever it is, it has to 1, 2, 3, 4 at least go that far. Let's redraw the 1x5 candidate circle. So So what can it be? It can be a 1x5, 1x4, 1x4 hook, 1x4 hook. Ah, but wait, now that we've drawn every color, every cell, any cell that only sees one, yeah, this steel has to join yellow, doesn't it? That's what we said, because now we've drawn every region possible, every color. Let me just see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Wait, how are we at 17 and not at 18? Aren't there 18 things on the board? 12 pentominoes and 6 tetrominoes? Yeah, I'm getting confused by now. I thought I said that earlier, but now... Like, I thought now this can't be a new color. So it must join yellow. Anyway. What else can this be? Nothing else, right? Wait, so only this can be a 2x2? Or we can draw a new region that can be a 2x2. That's interesting. Because we can still draw a new region, can't we? Dude, we're at 6 hours long video. I know I took a lot of breaks throughout the day, but like, jeez. And there's still the big boss. Dude, we're not doing the big boss today, are we? Gee. So... what are we saying then? So the 2x2 is either this orange or it's the final region, wherever that is. But if it's the final region, then teal has to join yellow, because teal can't be the final region as a 2x2. But if it's also if it's the final region, then orange is a zigzag, and orange as a zigzag is forced to be either this or this, always this. So always cutting green off. And let's see. In this variation, yellow can only be either this or this, because it can't be an LJ. In this variation, it can still be a lot of other things, though. Or, well, at least one other thing, which is the 1x5. So what can red be still? Well, it can still be 1x4 with a hook, large T, a large L. Yeah, it can still be all those things. Wait, this can also be a 2x2. Or can it? No, because purple would die. Wait, purple always needs a 1x4. doesn't it? Yeah, like, look, even if purple picks this up, then it couldn't pick this up, and it couldn't stay as an LJ, it would need to go there. And if it doesn't pick this up, either it does that, which is not allowed, or it does this and something. So it must always go there, actually. So this has to get out. And now that forces this. So this shape is now done. The large T. So anyone proclaiming large T is out. This is done. This now can be zigzag. I don't know why I drew that it could be this, because it can't. It can be those. Alright, wait. Let me just delete these circles for a sec. Let me just redo the possible shapes for some of these, because it's getting a bit confusing. So what can this be? 1 by 5, 1 by 4, 1 by 4 with the 2 types of hooks, and if it's the large L, then orange dies. Can only be LJ, so it's not the large L. So it's only these, really. And orange? I mean, orange... 1 by 4, 1 by 4 with either hook. And that's it. Who can be this shape? Not red, not purple, not this. So no, 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 no. Maybe. Why didn't I draw it here? That's possible. So one of these two, or the 18th shape, I guess, which is wherever. So what's this? Or sorry. 1 by 5, 1 by 4, 1 by 4 hook, 1 by 4 hook. Large L. One of these two is large L, huh? Because, no, reds can still be large L. Oh, Jesus, dude, this puzzle, though. Wait, so 2 by 2, where... The 2 by 2 now is, like, exactly in... Is very limited. It's here, here, here. There has to be a 2 by 2 here. So what happens if it's not this? Can we draw the 18th magic shape in here? Well, it's obviously not that, because orange dies. So could it be this? Then that. This. This. And orange dies. So yeah, I believe the 2 by 2 can't be here or here, so it must be here. Okay. So now Oh, wait, this can't go south. And this can't fit. This has to do this. And now this has to do that. And now this has to do that. And we don't have a 1x5, so we've lost the game. Oh, dude, and I don't know where I made a mistake. It must be back in Narnia, so I just have to restart the whole puzzle. And I'm 6 hours deep and I'm just done, to be honest. I am just done. We've broken this. Right? Yes. Yeah. Were we broken here? Oh no, here it was correct. So maybe I don't have to go that far back. Let's just delete this stuff. So this stuff is reasonable. Now let's look at red again, because that's where it was. That's where it felt like it was. We were doing stuff. Let's very carefully check what shapes red can be. It cannot be a 1x5. It could be a 1x4 with an attachment, but it would not visit this cell. It would be like this. And it would either do that or that. So it could be this. Cannot be that. Cannot be this. Or can it be that? Not like this. Because it leaves an LJ. And that's the only way it could be, because it can't do this or this. So it would have to be this. And that's not allowed. It could be a large T. Staircase is not good because this breaks. And that's the only way it could staircase. And large L is like that. So could be large T, large L. And it can also be a 1x4. So 1x4, 1x4 with a piece. Large T, large L. So those are what red can be, and none of them involve this tile. Because the 1x4 can't go there. These break. This can't go there. Something breaks. The T can't go there. The large L can't go there. So that's why we know we must draw this over here. Ah, this is where I made a mistake. I drew a new color here, but this can be there. Okay, I should not have drawn a new color here. My bad. What I should have instead drawn is this. Whatever it is must get out, but it could be orange. It's not necessarily a new color. Okay. Wait, red can't be a 1x4 because it would make purple be a 1x4 as well. So red can never pick this up. Oh no, it can if it's a 1x4 with a hook. Okay. And red actually must pick this up, right? Because if we do this, red breaks. It could be this. No, it can't, because now there are 7 tiles or 6 tiles here, which is not good. So So I believe red must pick this up. But then that happens. And then... what happens then? We know that blue is either large... no, not large L. Either large T or the 1x4 with an inner hook. Actually, now feels like teal has to be orange, right? Because of this new tile here now. Like, if teal is not orange, then what happens between these three tiles? It's extremely crowded. So if teal tries to avoid being orange, the smallest footprint it could be is what? It's like a 1x4 or something. And basically we couldn't draw this border. So whether teal is or isn't part of orange, it always has to connect here, doesn't it? Because if it doesn't, it's not those two. So it always has to come here. And then what does it do? It's not these two, it's not one of them. But if it's zero of them... oh, I guess it could pick this up, actually. Ah, interesting. No, not interesting. Not interesting. In fact, this is teal because it can't be red. So we know this. So let's see, if teal is not orange, then it's not a 1x5. It's something with a 1x3 in it. Not that. So therefore a 1x4 with something. Either a 1x4 or a 1x5 with orange. 1x5, 1x4, 1x4 with a hook, 1x4 with an inner hook. Those are the options that teal is. But that's similar to this, isn't it? 1x5, 1x4, 1x4 with a hook, 1x4 with an inner hook. Can't be that. Cannot be a T. Cannot be a zigzag. Oh, it can still be a large L though. So the only way this connects to orange is if it's 1x5. If it's one of the other things, in all cases, it takes this tile away from orange. So in that case, what would happen is this, orange gets out, yellow gets out. And now whatever this is, it's not teal. And it's not yellow, because then orange dies. So it would have to be orange. So when teal isn't orange, this is orange, right? When teal isn't orange, this is orange. And when teal is orange, what is this? Maybe the 2x2. I think that would work. Or would it? I have no clue anymore about anything. Huh. So this red. The only way it picks, so if teal is orange, red always picks these two up, doesn't it? Or can someone else pick this up? I guess someone else. Dude, I don't know, man. My brain is cooked by now. Spending too long on this already. I really wanted to solve this. But do I just have to take a break on it? Ah. What shape? Alright, out of these shapes, I haven't drawn in this or this. So let's draw them in. So orange can be 1x5, 1x4, 1x4 hook, 1x4 hook. Everyone and their grandmother can be those things. So you're not special. But can you be something else? Wait, it can't be anything else? No, it can be. Can't be 2x2. Because then teal is stuck. Wait, oh, hold on. Does teal always... Wait, did I say teal always had to take this cell? Because, wait, if teal doesn't take that cell, what happens to teal? Then it can't be any of the shapes I've drawn. Hold on. Okay, wait, this always has to happen. So now this can happen. This can happen. This can happen. Can this happen? Yes, technically. Although... Well, this would happen then. But then what is orange? Nothing. I think teal just has to connect to orange, no? It really looks like teal has to connect to orange. Wait a minute. If teal does not connect to orange... Red cannot be a T, so teal cannot be this. If teal is a 1x4, red is forced to be... hang on. If teal just cannot be a 1x4... Wait, even in this world, can teal be a 1x4? No. Okay, teal can never be a 1x4. Could be 1x4 with a hook, though. Maybe. Anyway, so if teal is not orange, this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens. And then... Can red pick this up? Or does it have to be teal? Because if red picks that up, red can't be a T, and it would be this. And if teal picks it up, then it's that. So that shape is now gone from the repository. If teal does this... We know teal is not a 1x4, so it still needs something. If it's that, then this happens. So between these three, they just use up these three shapes, huh? The 1x4 and the 1x4 with the two types of hooks. Because either this happens, in which case... Ah, no, because it could be this. There are too many options, it seems. But what about orange? Can orange just be the 1x4? No, because then what is this? Nothing. Can orange be... Not 1x4? 1x4 hook? No. Basically, orange has to pick this up, because if it doesn't, then whatever this is, it's not red teal. It doesn't have enough tiles there, it goes there and cuts orange off. So whatever it is, orange has to pick it up. And now how can orange pick it up? If orange picks it up through here, bad, bad, bad. So orange cannot pick it up through there, so it must pick it up through here. But it can't be an LJ or this, so it must be that. So teal has to be a 1x4, red has to go there. And now red cannot be a 1x4, so it must do this or this. But either way, teal is not a 1x4, so it takes one of these three tiles and red takes one, and that's not good enough. The puzzle is broken. Teal therefore must be orange. I've proven it through bifurcation, but I don't care anymore. So it is the 1x5. So this isn't. This now is red. Red is now either T or that. If it's T, then purple is this and blue breaks, because blue can't be that or that. So red is not T. But it's not LJ, so it's there. So purple is 1x4. So 1x4 is done. 1x5 is done. L is done. And these can be retired. Go to bed. You've deserved it. This is some dead end. And that dead end does not connect to yellow. So what shapes can it be? Looks like we have found our staircase. Because we cannot draw this. Because this shape has already existed. So we must pick that up. And we cannot draw this because this is unacceptable. So we must draw that. And now we cannot draw this. Or this. So we must draw that. So now green is this. So these are now retired. We have that. We have this. We have this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shapes remain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so one of these is the 2x2, and only this can be the 2x2. So this now can only be the large L. Okay. 2x2 and large L. So whatever this is has to pick these up and this, and it's done now. And so now this has to be that, and we have done it somehow. Wow. I bifurcated, I struggled, but we got there. I don't know if I missed some logic. Kind of stumbled pretty hard near the end there into the solution. But we got there. We'll take it. I don't think I have enough in me left for this. What is it? Boxy, size separation, area number, palisade? I mean... Boxy? Boxy is neat. I guess. And there is size separation. Area number, palisade, boxy, size separation. So this is 2x something. There are primes at play. Oh, boxy means this. And this now cannot happen. Also this, that. There's 1 by X in here. Right, we know this will cause a border for this here. So we know this, and therefore this. Same logic here. So we know this. And so now we know this cannot happen, and neither can that. And so this happens, and this happens. And we know this can't do this. Because if it does, then this breaks with size separation. So this has to go this way and be done. And this now could be size 1. This, though, can't go there and stop, and it can't just be a size 1. So whatever this is has to go this way, and it can't stay as size 2. It could pick this up or that. We don't know which way. Okay, this still has to grow, and it could pick the 8 up, but it can only pick the 8 up like this. What about this? This still has to grow. If it grows vertical, then this does that. And if it grows horizontal, then this does that. We also know that these two can't both look towards this. Or I guess they can, because this could pick them up, actually. Never mind. This, can it pick this up? No, right? Yeah. So this happens. The 4s are 1 by 4 or 2 by 2. And the 8s are 1 by 8 is out of play. 2 by 4. 2 by 4 is the other option. Okay. So the 8 is 2 by 4. And this one cannot avoid picking this up, because if we draw this border, then this happens. And now at the corner here causes that. And it breaks. So this 8 actually must join red. And therefore we cannot draw this or else it breaks. So we must draw this, therefore that, and we're done here. That causes this, therefore that, therefore this. And now this 8 cannot see this tile, but we know it has to see a 2 by 2 somewhere. Not there, not there. So therefore, because it's warded by those cells, the only 2 by 4 it can see is this. So now this is a 1 by 3. This 4 cannot be vertical, because then this 4 dies. But I don't know. I guess, yeah, I guess this cannot be a 2 by 2, right? Because if it's a 2 by 2, then this 4 has to do that, and this is another 2 by 1. So this has to not be a 2 by 2, so it's a 1 by 4. So this happens. This can be a 1 by 1. Because of this border and this border, we have this. And because of this border, we have that. This can be a 1 by 1, so it has to get out. I've broken the puzzle. Because... oh no, I haven't. Sorry. This can't be a 1 by 2. I thought the puzzle is broken here because nothing disambiguates it. But yeah, this can't be a 1 by 2, so it's a 1 by 3. Okay, this does that. So this, therefore, and this. Then... this can't do this. So it must do that. Therefore this, but it can stay size 4, so it has to move. This can be a 1 by 1, it has to get out. And it's a 1 by X. This can't be a 1 by 1, has to get out, but it's stuck. It's now 1 by 2. This can't be a 1 by 2, has to get out. It draws this, therefore that. Can this expand and see the 12? Yes, because 3 is a factor of 12. This is not a 1 by 1, so it's now 1 by 3. Worst. This could be a 1 by 1, cannot be a 1 by 2. This is not a 1 by 1. And if it tries to go here, then this tile breaks. Yeah, so this tile is not a 1 by 1, not a 1 by 2, not a 1 by 3 or anything else, so it must be a 2 by 2, which forces this. This 12 is not a 1 by 12, no space. Can it be a 2 by 6? Yes. Can it be a 3 by 3 or, 3 by 4? No. So it's a 2 by 6, specifically like this. This can't go there, because this expands and breaks it. So this happens and this happens. And so now this, that, and that. Here. This can be size 8, so this happens. This can join. This cannot be a 1 by 4. This can be a 1 by 3 vertically, or can it? No, it can. This 12 is not a 1 by 12. It's not a 2 by 6, so it's a 3 by 4 exactly like this. This is a 1 or 2. The 4 could be vertical. Sorry, it can also be 4. Let's see if this... Oh, sorry, the 4 cannot be vertical. So the 4 is not horizontal, so it's a 2 by 2. And this is now 3 by 1, 1 by 3. That's a 1 by 1. Forest restored. Complete the final puzzle in the forest area, says the achievement. And this corner can be 2 1 by 1, so it's a 1 by 2. Done. Alright, well that one was much quicker, so I fit it into the video, but like, dude, this is almost a 7-hour video. That's just crazy. Ay, ay, ay. Well, we somehow got there. We have passed the castle gates. It was a bloody battle, but we're through. We are through. And 3 beacons beckon. It's time to explore and ransack this castle. Or, we can be nice about it, and instead of ransacking, we can build and gild and just glass blow the windows and the mosaic back into not into pieces, but you know what I mean. I'm tired. I'm gonna go, okay? We are at 641. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. I mean, you're probably sleeping already, so good night. Sweet dreams.